Right, you guys demanded back our most controversial ex-cop. This is John's third appearance on the True Crime Podcast, and his two first episodes and the combined clips now have multi-million views if you add up everything. By far the most requested ex-cop to come on, and also by far the most trolled ex-cop to come on.
Most trolled, end of. Most trolled, end of, yeah.
So, we've got a slew of subjects to go over today, including what we can legally say about Wilfred Wong and Janette Archer. Now, it's probably one of the most common questions I'm getting every single day. Will you make a video about Wilfred Wong? Will you explain what's happened with Wilfred Wong? Has Wilfred Wong committed something that he said he was never going to do, he was protecting people from, or was Wilfred Wong on a rescue mission? So there's all this controversy, but from my own experience, I know that all pre-trial publicity is bad publicity, so I've not said anything. I've written to Wilfred, waiting for a response for his instructions. It's entirely up to him. However, John here has spoken and corresponded with Wilfred, so he knows what he can say within the limits of not getting Wilfred in any trouble. Thank you for coming back on, John.
No worries. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry it's taken so long.
It's okay.
Life takes over, and what a turbulent time it's been, for everyone, but also in respect to myself. It's been a roller coaster, and I say that lightly.
Are you enjoying the song that Brian Harvey's done about us?
Brilliant. I'm touched.
Effing John Wedger, effing Shaun Attwood, effing Bill Maloney, effing Ian Puddock. They all work for the New World Order.
Yeah, I know. That's his new Christmas single, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a podcast coming out. Good luck with that, Brian.
Well, I looked on it. It's been out a month, and I think it's got a staggering amount of 939 now, because I viewed it.
Is that our song?
Yeah. So, well done. You might get 1,000 hits. Well done.
All right, so let's just start out then. Could you just set the record straight what the deal is with Wilfred?
Right. Now, Wilfred was arrested, I think, on the 4th of November. Wilfred's a secretive man, anyway, and that's the secret, really, of his success to date, anyway. But Wilfred is probably the number one campaigner, I would say globally, in exposing satanic ritual abuse, SRA, which is something that I really would like to go on about, and something Wilfred's encouraged me to talk about as well. And Wilfred is a good man. He's a Christian man. He's probably one of the bravest men that I know. He's a tough guy as well, He has served in the military. Wilfred, I know he doesn't talk about it, but he has.
It's come out in the press, hasn't it, that he was in some kind of special forces or something?
Yeah. He's a mixed martial artist. He's a tough man, and he's fearless, but he's got a mission, and that is to protect children and expose satanic ritual abuse. So stuff was coming out post-arrest that he was abducting kids, he was doing this, that I was involved.
Do you want to just describe for people not familiar then what he was arrested for and how that arrest came about?
Yeah, so it looks like my opinion, again, even when I talk to Wilfred in the prison system, I don't discuss a case. I know that the prison phone system is what they call a PIN system. It's a private network. It's heavily monitored. Wilfred, without a doubt, his phone calls will be monitored. And I actually worked on a unit that used to monitor phone calls. I was in H&P Holloway for about 2 months, monitoring phone calls on child sex trafficker that was in there. So I know exactly how it works. And also all correspondence is read and it's filtered. So that's that. And you're right, there's contempt of court. There's an ongoing issue, especially when you've got a child victim, which is what we've got happening with this case, is that there's going to be some very tight parameters.
So he was arrested with 6 people. That's in the public domain.
That's in the public domain. What they're saying is that it was a kidnap of, I think it's an 8-year-old boy in North Wales. It's named the 6 suspects, 5 of which are alive. 1 now is dead.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, and it appears that there was some sort of, in my opinion, a rescue attempt of a child.
Is it true that one of the 6 was the child's mother?
Yeah. Yeah, the child's mother was there. Wilfred was there. There was, I think there was a husband and wife team and other people.
So that lends credence then to it being a rescue if the mother's there.
It would have looked like that is a case, that there is a kid, that if it's Wilfred involved, there probably would have been some sort of child protection element going on there. May well have been a satanic ritual element, don't know. And it looks like there was like this abduction was made in Wales, and they were stopped, I think, just south of Northamptonshire towards Newport Pagnell. I think that's Buckinghamshire. Armed police intercepted the car. That is footage that's on the media. I think the Sun newspaper posted that footage. Wilfred, they said it was an armed and aggravated kidnapping. But again, the only information we see is that Wilfred was in possession of a knife. Now, that doesn't in any way denote that was used in the commission of the offence. It may well be a side issue that he was in possession of what they call a bladed article. And again, I can't comment on that because I'm not going to ask Wilfred any questions about that.
So they probably, when they pulled him over, they discovered a knife, and that's how they added that to the story. Yeah,
and I've done stuff with Wilfred in the past. I'm unaware of what was going on here. I know how Wilfred operates, and he's a professional and he's an ex-military guy, so, who knows?
So is the media reporting that the child was taken from a family or from a care home?
Doesn't say.
Doesn't
say. And I don't know if there's acrimony within that. I don't know if there's residence orders, child family court issue. I would have thought there would be a child family court matter going on, but again, I don't know. That's pure speculation. But I mean, the way the press have, and I've actually spoken to the Daily Mail about this, and I said, Wilfred has been negatively publicised on this. He's come across as some sort of child snatching, armed maniac. And so concerned was I of how the press did this. I did speak to the Daily Mail, and they said that they won't be running any more stories on it because of the contempt issues and everything else. And they actually, funny enough, the journalist did say it clearly looks like a failed rescue attempt, and I would agree with that, And then I contacted the governor of the prison that Wilfred's in, and I just said, and I expressed my concerns. I say, this guy needs to be risk assessed properly, because if the general population are going to be swayed by this negative slur on Wilfred, then his welfare could be at risk. Anyway, they've written back to me and they said, look, we're fully aware of the situation. Wilfred is okay, because there was this story that come out that Wilfred had been castrated in prison and his testicles flushed down the toilet, which I found very hard to believe, because Wilfred, firstly, is a lovely guy, and secondly, he's a tough guy. So if Wilfred was to get hurt, I would have thought there'd be more than one person involved. But and then there was one of the suspects was found dead in his cell.
Dead in what manner?
What's come out via the press is that he had a plastic bag tied around his head, or it was around his head, so it was suffocation. I think it is in the matter of the coroner's court at the moment. I think they've opened an inquest in it. It's not been closed as yet. It's gone down as suicide. It may well be suicide.
Do you have any theories as to what it could be?
I think it's suicide. I generally think it's suicide.
How old was the person? Did they have any history of mental illness?
In his 60s. And again, I don't know. I don't know. Whether and if this guy has maybe orchestrated this plot, that they're involved in this conspiracy, maybe there's a huge overwhelming element of guilt. He's in an environment he's not used to, and again, if you have got aggravated factors such as mental instability, that's going to push people beyond the pale.
Being in prison pushes people beyond the pale.
Of course it would. Yeah, and I mean, bear in mind, look at the charges. Kidnap, that takes on a life tariff if it goes to its full extent. So they could well be, if found guilty.
So all the co-conspirators are facing potential life sentences.
Yeah. So it's incredibly serious. What Wilfred wants me to put out there is, the fact that the government are not taking satanic ritual abuse seriously. You know, that there are children that are caught up in cases and it's not being properly investigated. Not that he's saying that this is the matter here. So I will be going on today about a few pointers regarding SRA, you know, when we get to that.
Please do, yeah.
That little bit of it. You know, it's a very, very real thing, you know, and it's very prevalent, especially through the dark months of the year. You know, they tend to mimic the Christian calendar and invert it. And another thing I'd like to go on about, Shaun, is that, you know, I, like yourself, do quite a lot with ex-convicts, you know, and especially with Chris Lambriano, you know, who is a very, very close friend of mine. And I've just raised a lot of money for Terry Ellis and Brian Cockrell. I've got a charity.
We've had all those guys on.
You know, cracking blokes. I was up with Brian a few months ago. I'm in phone contact with Terry a lot. And I raised a few £1,000 for their charity, you know, Save a Life, Put Down a Knife. Through that, I've been put in touch with another fella, and I'm not going to name the guy, but we're getting on very well and we're sharing a lot of information. And, you know, and something that I want to talk about, which ties in with the satanic ritual abuse, was how much a lot of very serious organised criminals were using and are still using the services of Juju men, you know, witch doctors, Mahamrabats, you know, and especially ones that are coming from the Nigerian communities, you know, which are very, very prevalent, active criminal element that have come from that part of West Africa, especially involving deception, but also involving human trafficking. I spoke
Torso in the River.
You Torso in the River, yeah, and I was on that case, you know, the Adam body.
So these are all subjects we're going to get to.
Yeah.
Just let me tell the audience then. So we've got a whole list of subjects we're going to cover today. We have your questions. I put a video up asking for questions for John, and a slew of questions have come in. We're also going to be talking about Prince Andrew and Julian Assange. But just a little bit more on Wilfred. Does he have a trial date?
Yeah, trial date's set for the 9th of August this year. He's applying for, he wants people to pray for his bail application. He's had 3 bail applications turned down. You know, and
so he's got no bail whatsoever.
No bail. So he's remanded. You know, they all are remanded now. You know, in order for someone to be remanded, they've got a thing called custody time limits in the UK, which are looked at very stringently by the Home Office. So you can't just bang someone up on remand, you know, for up to 2 years, which used to be the case. You have to justify it. Now, Wilfred isn't a flight risk. You know, all they have to do is seize his passport. And he ain't going anywhere. He's got no previous convictions. He's a man of exceptional good character. You know, and there's plenty of people which will vouch for his standing in society. So he doesn't understand why they keep refusing it, you know, and they don't have to give a reason why they refuse it either. I mean, the only thing I can think of is the fact that there is a child, which is classed as a vulnerable person, involved, you know.
Someone mentioned to me today that Wilfred was a barrister. Is that correct?
Yeah, Wilfred is a trained barrister.
Grief.
Yeah. He works as a barrister. He was a lobbyist in Parliament, you know, and he's campaigned on many high-profile cases involving satanic ritual abuse. You know, he's an exceptional individual, you know, and his commitment to getting the truth out and exposing satanic ritual abuse is second to none, you know.
So he's pled not guilty. Does that mean then that he is going to go up and have a trial and explain his side of the story?
Yeah, you know. So, I mean, what I said to Wilfred is I said, you know, whatever way it pans out, this is time served. And there's all this scaremongering that's been going out that, like I said, that Wilfred's been castrated, that, you know, it's a violent prison and all that. Well, prison's prison, you know. I mean, it's a lower category C prison, but I think it might have B prisons in there as well. But it's got a catchment area of a lot of poverty. So you've got North Wales, Merseyside.
My area.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, Wigan and all them areas. Yeah. So there is a lot of poverty in that, you know, part of the world. But he said he's getting on well. He's interacting with other prisoners. They've watched, the guards were watching your video with him the other night, and he said they came and gave him the thumbs up. He said there's inmates in here that have seen his work online. So he's known in there as being a person who is against child abuse. You know, so really whatever the media's put out there has made no difference, and whatever the trolls have put out there has made no difference, because, you know, as we've mentioned in before, statistically on the lower category prisons, on the under 25s, 80% come from abusive childhood backgrounds. So there's a lot of people in there that will warm to what he stands for. You know, so it's but he said,
it seems there's a common theme whereby people who are exposing child abuse get accused of it at some point.
All the time. Well, you know, what's happened, if I sort of bring it back to my situation at the moment. Now, I've gone off the radar, and there's people saying that John Wedger's worked for MI5. Like I said,
I'm saying all these things about.
I am trolled. No,
Brian Harvey.
No one. I don't think David Icke gets trolled as much as me. You know, I could actually give a talk at the Oxford Union on trolling, being a victim of trolling, online bullying. I mean, but you know, the really strange thing about trolling, it's vexatious, it's nasty. They're twisted people, and they are twisted people.
They're sneaky.
They're sneaky, devious, you know, and I want to go on a few of things that they've done. But really, the way to combat it, you turn them off.
Because the second you acknowledge them, you arm them.
You engage, yeah.
And I've learned that now, and I've got the strength of wild man.
Yeah.
Keeping this troll shield in front of me so that we can keep those bastards at bay.
They were because I was asked to give evidence at the ICSA government inquiry. They contacted the solicitors there. The police had to get involved with that because it was classed as witness intimidation. So the police did actually get hold of one of the trolls and went round and spoke to a well-known nutcase, to be honest. And they actually come back and they said, John, she's a Fruit Loop. And I went, yeah, I know. You know, and they actually said to me, do you want us to nick her? And I said, no, just tell her to pack it in, right? And the barrister for ICSA, he gave a statement as well. And they went round there and he said, it was a waste of time even talking to her. She was absolutely mad, you know.
They're good for views, though.
Yeah. I mean,
thanks, troll.
They'll keep the views up. I mean, I was doing food parcels. They contacted the people supplying the food. They've reported me to the fraud office.
They've contacted everyone from my past life, ranging from Sammy the Bull to my prosecutor.
Oh, it's unreal, isn't it?
It's insane.
Yeah. They've done it to me. It's just people are ringing me up saying, look, I had someone contact me, and you know, one of them, it was a fellow. Again, I can't go on about it, but he told me I had to get medicated, and because I won't get medicated, he went against me and started trolling me, and then went and got an injunction out. And I just said to him, well, it's madness after madness after madness, you know. And when you look at the pattern of them, a lot of them are medicated, you know, a lot of them are crazy. None of them work. They're all experts at rolling fags, aren't they? Whenever you see them, they're always doing a roll up in their front room, you know. And and it's screamed. They've always got a heap of facts as well, haven't they? You know, look at the facts.
And as soon as you debunk those facts, they just move on to a new set of baloney.
Yeah, and then they start on each other.
All my trolls are battling each other right now.
Yeah, you know, it is. It's like gladiator school, isn't it? They just and a lot of them have got the ump because I've turned off social media. And it's just all gone quiet. They're like, well, what do we do now? John Wedger's gone. What do we do? You know, I become the emotional dartboard for every Fruit Loop nutcase and everything else going. And the things I've been accused of are absolutely incredulous. And, you know, I mean, they've reported me to the police, to the fraud office, to the Inland Revenue. And I think what happens is when these investigating teams and ombudsmen look at them, I think they speak to them once and then they go, oh, my God, that ain't. And funny enough, the police rang me once and they said, you know, John, we've looked at your work. You're bang on. And there's a lot of lads that follow you. And the Met Police even said, you know, you've got a lot of respect still here, you know. And they said, people have been saying this. He said, it's gone in the bin. It's just gone in the bin. And I mean, I had last year, we were planning a really big demonstration. And it was really good, actually. It really sort of was gelling a lot of people together. People were coming from all sorts. We had biker gangs, we had ex-criminals, we had the Sikhs, we had Muslim boys were coming along, the football lines, and it was a real sort of amalgam of everything. And the police rang up and they said to me, it was the public order team that deal with the riots and everything. And it was a sergeant. He said, John, look, got to tell you, you got to pull it because the COVID laws had just come in. Then he said, you're going to be smack bang in this more than 3 people thing. And the last thing we want to do is arrest you. you know, we like you. You're honourable. He said, there's a few lads here that still remember you. He said, one our inspector here remembers you, and, you know, we don't want that. That's what we don't want to do. And I said, well, what do you want from me? And they went, well, please, can you ask people to stand down? And I said, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll do it now. As we're talking, I'll put it on, I'll cancel it now. Because not that I was doing their bidding, not at all. And, you know, if anyone's got a gripe with the Met Police, it's me, because of what I've been through with them. But these lads and lasses, they, you know, they were doing their job. And, you know, we've got to keep a balance here. So I cancelled it straight away. But subsequently, I have been giving speeches at these mass demonstrations, you know. A lot of them are sort of like the anti-lockdown stuff, and they've mixed up with child abuse issues and all that. So when it comes to the other things, it's not really my argument.
It's all human rights, isn't it?
Yeah, but when it comes down to child abuse, I'm asked to speak, and I will give a talk. But once I've given a talk, I'm out there, you know. And you see the police lining up. You know, I had someone saying, "Look, stay." I said, "No. They're ready to go." You know, and I always say to people, look, the police are like wasps. You go near them, they're going to sting you, and that's that. You know, don't agitate them. You know, let them do their job. And the problem is, you see on these videos, people are going up and they're agitating them. They're agitating. You think, you know, you're going to get it in a minute, mate. And, you know, with the public order, you've got the normal coppers that get brought on what they call an aid requirement. And then they've got the territorial support group. Now, these are guys and girls. A lot of them come out of the military. We got a lot of ex-Royal Marines and squaddies and paratroopers and all that. You know, they're tough. And then all they do all day is they train, and they train in public order. You know, so your average copper might be able to give you a good whack with a baton, but these guys and girls, they know how to do it properly, you know, and you don't want them. That's their job. Right or wrong, that's what it is, you know. And I don't want to be clumped by one of them, and I don't want to spend my night in the cells, you know. So I would always... But it came to a point where I couldn't walk down the street without someone stopping. Lorries would stop and say, John Wedger, I love your work. You know, I'll go out amongst the crowd. So if we gauge on what the trolls are saying, that John Wedger works for MI5 and John Wedger's doing this and he's, you know, selling information, trafficking kids, all sorts of, you know, crazy stuff. But when I go on the street, now these trolls don't go on the street. I go on the street.
It's too cowardly.
Oh, they are cowards. They're total cowards. I will go on the street. And, you know, in amongst every community there is, I could not walk more than 5 meters without someone putting their hands around me and saying, well done, keep going. And one of the most touching moments was at one of the demos, a homeless guy, Rasta, come up to me and goes, I know you, man. And he went, can I have a hug? I went, yeah, of course. So he gives me a hug. And then he is, yeah, that's enough of that. Let go of him. So he lets go. And where's that come from? It's a copper. He went, my turn now. And he come and give me a hug as well. He went, I love your work, John. I love your work. He said, you've got a lot of support. So when it come to achieving what I set out, my mission was to give a voice to the voiceless, expose the cover-ups, and then the SRA thing sort of pretty much took on a 50-50 role and speak about satanic abuse. I did that and some, you know. Last year... this year actually. I mean, bear in mind my podcasting was at its minimum this year. I got 2 million YouTube hits at the height of my. I wouldn't say popularity because I don't want to go down the ego route or anything. No, the height of my, I don't know what it was. The success of the campaign.
What's your YouTube channel called these days, John?
I think John Wedger, just John Wedger. Or John
All
Wedger
of John's
Foundation.
links are going to be below this video in the description box.
I mean, I don't post on it or anything like that. Anymore. I mean, there is a guy that does do bits for me, and there's another girl that will update my website periodically, but I've got no interest in it. Facebook, it's a no-no. But Facebook, I was getting 1 million views a month. You know, I was up to 45,000 subscribers on YouTube. You know, it really was moving to such big proportions. So when you come into success, I achieved what I set out to achieve. You know, and then the government asking me now to advise. So I got asked to give evidence at the independent inquiry, which I did, and I got global publicity for that. And now the government are looking at getting me in as advisory capacity, which it'd be brilliant, because if I can get into training academies, I can tell them, you know exactly what they did with the race riots. So they were getting community leaders into training academies for the police and everything else, and saying, this is what you. And if they can do it with me. Because it was quite apparent that what what I put out in my statement was corroborated by near enough every single other call participant said the same thing. You know, the child abuse, especially the trafficking of children, is working with impunity in plain sight, and nothing is being done to curtail it. Even the Crown Prosecution Service even mentioned John Wedger's right. You know, so I'm not blowing smoke up my own arse at all, because it's one of the things you have to do. You have to keep in check your own ego and everything else. But I was getting to a point where I gave a speech at Trafalgar Square, and, you know, there was quite a few high profile speakers there, and I felt a bit sick, and I just thought, I shouldn't be having people clapping me like this. Do you know what I mean? I'm no one's hero. I'm not. All I was a person that wanted to speak the truth. And then I walked away from that, and then all the team started arguing. There was money being filtered off. I was being reported to every single agency or whatever for just doing good. And it really was, you know, I believe in God, I believe in Jesus, and it was like God saying, out now. I've had you in the trenches, son. Time to go out. But what is good about it, Shaun, because a lot of people saying, what's happened to John Wedger? And I said, look, I'm still here, but I'm still doing stuff. I'm going on the more professional podcasts. I'm still linked in with one of the survivor groups. You know, and again, I'm not going to name names because then they get attacked as well. So, you know, I don't tend to do that anymore. Chris Lambriano, I still do a lot with Chris, you know, and Bill Maloney. So the people I started out with, I'm still there. And Corrine Hutzabar, we're still there. But Corrine, she warned me. Now, bear in mind, Corrine is in the top 10 of criminal profilers in the world. You know, this woman is of such high esteem. And she's quite good because we talk about the trolls, you know. And she will identify their personalities for me. She went, this one's this is one of them. So it's really... because she'll see the videos and she'll give me a rundown on their personality disorders. So it's good in that respect as well, because it's not just me being paranoid. So no, you're dealing with this.
We've had Corrine on the channel a few times. If you want to check those videos out, Corrine, Carine Hutzabout. I won't spell that one, but you'll find it somehow or other.
Hutzabout, yeah. So, but Corrine rang me up and she said, "What did I tell you at the beginning?" I said, "Work like a submarine. You only come up for a bit of air and then boom, back down again." And she said, "And work on your own." And she said, "I warned you." And she said something really interesting. She said, "Your foundation it was my facial image." She said, "I warned you about that because that's idolatry. Now people are going to idolize you for what you're doing, and because your image, and then they're going to have this thing that you are some sort of demigod and that you're going to save this and save that. And of course you're not. You're a human being like everyone else. And the moment you disillusion them, they'll go from your best friend to your worst enemy. And that's exactly what happens. So one minute you'll get someone, yeah, I'm with Johnny. The next minute, he's went for MI5, he's this, he's that. And you saw it.
Yeah, I had this discussion with Ron Swanson, who exposes things on the dark web. And he said that when you build up a following on social media, there's always a % of those followers who are toxic.
Yeah.
And they will do exactly what you just described. They're ready for you to just to stab you in the back at the slightest little thing.
And they will micromanage you. They will go through the minutiae of everything you say. I mean, I had one individual that I left the police with a pension of 27 and a half years service. My actual service was just over 25 years. So then this individual was saying, well, look, he's lying about his service. He's lying about his service, you know. And then the other thing, which was really interesting, and I did an interview with a lovely guy called Joey Barnett the other week. And I said, Joey, I'm gonna give you now verbatim what I said on another podcast, and this is how it got turned. So I said, I think that what they should do, and I probably mentioned it on one of our podcasts, Shaun, is that the world should be shown a child porn video. And the reason for that is this, right? It will show the sheer horrors and the sheer gravity. It's a bit like, how do you get people to change from how animals are slaughtered? You show them how they used to slaughter animals, and people are like, oh my God. And again, and I started off by saying, I am not advocating the viewing of child pornography at all. No way. It's appalling, and it should. And if I had my own way, I would eradicate porn, straight porn, normal porn, whatever they call it, because I think it's destroying our society. But when, as part of my job as a child abuse investigator, that's one of our disciplines. You have to view it. It's incredibly disturbing. And I gave an example of when I was in court, and there was one image that there was thousands of images, but one that all stood in my mind. It was like an altar, and I think it actually was an altar, and there was a priest or someone dressed in priest garb, but I think it was a priest, and there was an infant, and I mean an infant, being not just raped but tortured. You can't,
Was these photos or a video?
These were photos. There was videos as well, but there was thousands of them, and it really hit me, this, and it really shook me, and certain things you can't unpick them. They're in your head. They're etched into it.
Even my head right now is thinking that can't happen. That can't be.
But what was worse was the guy that I nicked for it. He come out with, like all paedophiles do, they come out, thank God you stopped me, and I really needed stopping. It was getting a thing, and I'd only look at one, then I'll be disgusted with myself. But that's a lie. This is how groomers work. It's all they nicely, but the reality is they're monsters. And the reality is, once it went off to the laboratory and the report come back, it had a full extent. Not only was this guy viewing it, he was sending it out, but he was sending it out with comments. And the comment he put under this picture was, "She's really getting it. She loves it."
Oh,
so this is what this put. So this is what this. Now this is why I say about people should see some of the things that I've seen, and it's a bit like war. The Second World War films. It's all death or glory. Then we got the Vietnam War films, and people really started seeing what war was. It was absolutely horrific, and it isn't what was portrayed in our black and white Richard Burton films and everything else. So these there was a legal argument. I won't go into it because it's a bit dull, but there was a legal argument going on between their barrister, our barrister, and the judge regarding the way that I'd categorised, these images, because it's between a level 1 and level 5. You possession of one level 5 image, you're going to prison. This bloke had thousands, and anyway, so this argument went on and on and on, and in the end, the judge said, "I'll be the adjudicator of this. I'll be the arbiter of this one." He said, "Officer, can you bring me the laptop?" So I brought the laptop up to his bench. So he sat on his bench. So I'll go up, open this laptop. And he said, "If I have to look at one image, I will look at all of the images, right? So if you're disputing this officer's ability to categorise, I'll be the judge. I need to see all of them." So he said, "Just put it on a slow scroll." So it's going through a slow scroll. All of a sudden, he's seen this image. And he's gone like that. He went, "Stop, go back." I knew exactly which one. And he clicked. He said, "Click on it, enlarge it." So, and his face, you could see the blood just draining from him. And he looked at me and he went, "Is that genuine?" I said, "I don't know, but we've tried to enhance it to look at because you look at things like plug sockets to determine the location and paint types and all that. So, I said, we have been trying to look into determine if it's a church in the UK, if it's a church abroad, or if it is a church or a studio. So we don't know. But the fact of the matter is, the victim is the victim, and this is a man doing this." And then he went, "There's comments." I went, "Yeah." So he read it. He went, "Who put them?" And I went, "He did." And this judge, he then picked up this pot. It was a pot of pens. And he stood up and he just chucked it. And he lobbed it at the defendant, and it smashed on the glass. All the pens went everywhere. It was one of them little plastic things. And he lost it. It was a Crown Court judge. It was a Harrow Crown Court, this. And if anyone wants to troll me on this one, I can even give you the defendant's name on this one. And it smashed on the glass. And he shouted out, "Take that bastard down," right? Wow. And as he went down, he went, 10 years. 10 years. It got reduced on appeal because it was far, came into. But this was my example I was giving to Joey when he was doing the interview with me, that the reality hit him.
What was that picture that caused him to snap?
The one with the priest and the young,
gotcha.
Because it was just so horrific. But it brought the reality home to him, but also the comments that this is a man claiming that he's a victim. They always claim that they're a victim, and all of a sudden we're now in his world, inside this bloke's head, which is where you need to get sometimes. And this is what, if you was to show it, this is what you get. Anyway, so I fully explained the preamble to Joey, the reasons, my rationale, and then the after effects of it, okay? And the reason for doing it. And the reason I would say doing it is because it would change criminal justice and sentencing guidelines in a heartbeat, and it would give more sympathy to victims and survivors of abuse, without a doubt. Right? Well, what was a backlash from trolls? John Wedger, and again, taking like Harvey's done with your voice and sound,
Effing John Wedger, effing Ian Puddick, effing Shaun Attwood. They all work for the New World Order.
Yeah. Well, the New World Order and MI5, they must own more employees, and I hope they've got good recreation facilities, and a social club and things like that. We can have.
I wish all my trolls made songs about me.
Yeah, but then these trolls put on John Wedger's advocating child porn. Look at them. He wants it, and this is how they turn it and turn
everything around.
And this is why now, when you look at seasoned interviewers and interviewees, they've got it off pat. They now allegedly, or they'll do this because they know, people like Piers Morgan, they know exactly what they're going to face, post event. But so that was it, coming to a crescendo with me, where it was all infighting. There was a lot of mental health problems going on. There was people with agendas, and I just thought no, and I literally turned off. Now I feel sorry for the innocent ones that got caught up in all this, that generally wanted me to carry on and needed me to carry on. But what I'll say to them is that I did what I had to do. It now has to go to a more professional level, and my doors were wide open. So I was just a conduit for anyone that had a gripe, had a problem with the police, had a problem with anything. Let's go and chuck an emotional dart at John Wedger. He'll take it. And I always kept smiling, always kept going on the street. But the gauge I left it was that I walked down the street, a busy London road, in the middle of a protest, I would be hugged every 5 meters. I had one absolute moronic idiot shout some abuse, and that was it. In all the years I've been doing it, and that's it. So basically, when it comes to that, I think I successfully achieved what I had to achieve, and it's the time to elevate this to a more professional level, which is what I'm doing. But those I started off with, I'm still doing what I'm doing, but Facebook has totally and utterly gone now. But it's and it's a change in times as well, because we are seeing people getting arrested. I always knew that would happen.
Arrested for what?
Contempt of court. We Janette's been arrested for contempt of court.
Oh yeah. Should we go over to Janette Archer? Because there, after Wilfred, the questions coming in are all about Janette. So my understanding, and please correct me, is that she was arrested here in Guildford, and there are rumours that she may have named, allegedly, people that the the family court didn't want her to name.
Yeah,
I don't know if any of that's true.
I mean, going from the limited amount that I know, I would say that, and I haven't spoke to Janette over this, but I spoke to a friend. I would say, and I said to a friend, if she's named a child, then that's contempt of court. And I straight away said, because no one knew why she'd been arrested, I said it will be contempt of court, in my opinion. If it's an ongoing thing and there's a child, you can't name the kid, and that's that. Boom. Unless, they waiver their anonymity. That child, I think, was 8 years old. It's beyond the age of criminal responsibility anyway. It's beneath the age of responsibility for the family court. So the kid can't acquiesce to anything. So to name the court was a no-no. Now, to be honest, to even talk about that case, you really have to be switched on and tuned on, because you're going to end up in a world of trouble. Now, I know that my site was heavily monitored by the Metropolitan Police, because they told me. I got a phone call from the security services, and again, they told me as well, that they'd monitored not only that, but also my phone calls. Now, security services were really good to me, because what they said to me was, do not delve into politics. And the only time that I ever really sort of got...
What's your interpretation of that?
I think it's because I may be influential.
What do they mean? What do they actually not you want? What do they not want you to do?
I think take a political opinion and voice that political opinion, and maybe set up a party. So if we look at, and this is one thing that got me shut down off social media for a period of time. I did a podcast, and I think I was in Suffolk or somewhere. I was going to be giving a talk, a military place. They'd asked me to go in their social club and give a talk about the work I did. So, and what had happened was there'd been a news coverage about Tommy Robinson being at a Centre Parks in Woburn in Bedfordshire with his little children. I don't know the age of his kids, and he'd been arrested for assault. And what looks like has happened is that his little girl has gone into a bathing area, swimming pool, thing. I don't know how old this kid was. I think she may be 10 or something like that. Anyway, she's a little kid. And there's these three men there who apparently had been booted out of a Centre Parks before. I'm not too sure. But she'd been sexually assaulted. She'd been groped. They'd groped her bottom. And she'd gone home and back and told her dad. So he's gone down there like a raging bull. And I think he's accosted them. I think there was an admission. And he's done a citizen's arrest. But I think in the whole sort of process, one of them's, accidentally tripped and hit every step on the way down, which, these things happen, like I said. And then the police come, and of course he records everything. And the police come, and he's given his account, and he gets arrested. Now, and he's actually put out a little video thanking me for what I did, because he said it helped overturn the police's decision. Again, I'm not advocating the politics of Tommy Robinson, and he's aware of that, and that's how it is, each to their own. But what incensed me was that this little girl had been sexually assaulted, which clearly looks like a group of paedophiles. And just with my experience and my copper's nose, I think that these blokes, that is their thing, that they've done it before, and it turns out I may well have been right. And I just thought, well, what about the evidential losses here? They will be perverts sending images to each other. They may well have their phones in their locker room, and they've gone and snooped in locker rooms and everything else. I'm thinking there is a whole wealth of evidential opportunities here, and the police have pissed them away by nicking the low-hanging fruit, and actually himself being a victim of crime because he's a witness to this crime. So I thought, in the spirit of fairness, I'm not happy with this, so I thought I would start up a little campaign in which people write to not just the Chief Constable of Bedfordshire Police, but also the Crime Commissioner and the appointed MP for policing and crime, and to get this matter looked at, because these officers have not only have they acted in a very judgmental way, that they have acted with fear and they have acted with favour, they've put other children at risk. Because these men, in my opinion, were very, very proactive paedophiles. So I got very incensed by this, and again, I've got no political opinion on what he does. And I want to make that clear because I can see how this is going to go. John Wedger's now promoting the works of Tommy Robinson and all this sort of stuff. But it wouldn't matter to me. It wouldn't matter if he was an Islamic extremist. I would still take the same stance because that's the sort of person I am. And I just thought, this is wrong. If this is the benchmark of policing today, this needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed now at the highest level, because making a complaint to their inspector is just going to get a load of nonsense back, which is exactly what happened. But there was a letter writing campaign, and the police did end up overturning what they did and went and arrested the people. They didn't search their premises. They lost a lot of evidence, but apparently they did get prosecuted, which I thought, well done. And he actually did say a thank you on some YouTube channel. And I just thought, well, job well done. And that little podcast lasted 8 minutes, and I got 40,000 instant views, right? Which was quite incredible, And I think I was running that. So when you podcast, if you run about 200 hits instantly as you're doing it, you're going to get 10,000 hits by the time you finish. But I sometimes was running at 2,000, if I did something. But then the next thing, I'd violated broadcasting standards, and I thought, well, what have I done any different? And all it was the fact is I mentioned his name. So this shows how much that this is monitored and how unfair the system is. So when you get back to what you were saying, Shaun, about MI6 going on to me about political intervention and all that, or affiliation, because maybe I'm an influencer, and I have some sort of stand-in, and it could then cause a bit of a problem. And they said you're okay, just stay away from politics. So
getting people to write letters in and things like that, campaigns, where it's to the attention of powerful people. That's what they want you to stay away from.
Yeah. And what happened then? It was quite odd, because then I get invited down to Cornwall, a little town outside of St Austell, and I go down and I meet a guy in a pub in the back, and I want to actually say his name because he's got quite he's changed his name, and but I won't do it. I won't. The guy's not very well at the moment. But he said, I like you. You're a good kid, And he said, I want you to know a bit about my background. And he was ex-infantry officer with the British Army. And then he went on to become a specialist. He went into basically the SAS, as it were. And he started wanting to talk to me about contract killings, how contract killings work when they're politically motivated and they're government sanctioned. And I went, okay. And he said, now you're at risk because of what you're doing. And he said, more so now that you're talking out about the satanic stuff, which very much dovetails into what Wilfred said. And he had with him a little bottle of water. And he said, I've never done a killing on the UK soil. He said, I did one in Ireland, but we class that as enemy territory, not as sovereign soil, as it were. And he said, I've done them in Hong Kong and other places, right? I know guys that have come over and they've done similar stuff, right? And he said, it's business, and that's how you see it. And he said, you're talking about guys that are totally desensitized. And he said, borderline psychopaths, really. That's what they do, And I worked with a guy, and he's a lovely guy. I'd never denigrate him, and he was in the Special Boat Squadron for many years. And he said the same when it comes to killing. He said, you put it back in your mind, it stays there, you leave it, and that's that. It's just business. So he got a bottle of water. He said, what you do is you get a little pistol. And he said, I make out I'm drinking. He said, I'd see you, I walk up to you, and I'd bring the piss up, the bottle of water, I'd bang, and I'd fire the bullet through. It would silence it, the water would silence the round, and it goes straight in your head. And there'll be a load of water everywhere. And he said, and I just double back, and I go into the crowd, and you fall over. And that's it. And he said, and then I'll be extracted out of it. And that's how it works. And, so it was, it brought it home to me, the fact that there was a real and serious risk in what I was doing. I mean, the more obvious risk would be from the contempt of court issue. So having had a grounding, in the criminal justice system, I was pretty much aware of where I could or couldn't go, But there's been some shocking things. I mean, one guy I did a podcast with, he got in touch with me and said, look, someone wanted my CCTV footage, and it was someone I knew, of your car, so they could get my car index and pass it on to a private investigating firm, and that's what they were going to do, And armed with that, then they could then. My address is easy to find anyway, when people have put my address online. But it was all stupid things like that. And I thought, for what? What have I done? I've exposed child abuse and the cover-ups of it. And it's like someone said to me, Johnny, you'll get attacked by paedophiles and their protectors. And so to a more or less degree, I'm not calling a lot of the trolls paedophiles, but there are going to be an element of the people that have attacked me, specifically me, that are active paedophiles and they're involved with paedophilia and they're active Satanists. And there will be. I mean, Wilfred Wong finds it quite amusing that I get attacked because he said, if you upset a Satanist, you're doing a good job. Carry on upsetting them. Carry on. He wants me to keep getting attacked and trolled because he says, you're doing your job. He said, and what was nice was a guy contacted me from America who's a well-known podcaster and speaks about the demonic. And he turned around and he said to me, you're probably one of the premier ones globally that's speaking out on the subject. There's a film called Deliver Us from Evil, in which Eric Banner plays a detective, New York detective, and it's based on a true story, who deals with demonic crimes, and he works with a priest. This guy is called Ralph Archer. He's a former detective sergeant, and he got in touch with me, and he just said, love your work, love what you're doing, and I even had Frank Serpico get in touch with me, and I go to speak with Frank Serpico about it. So, you know, it has gone everywhere, and it is the likes of yourself and many others that have had it on that spreads the word. So I had to then balance it, that how much of it was negative, how much was positive, and I would say 90% of it, maybe more, was positive. And I do apologise to shut myself off, because there were people were emailing me, and I become a bit of a lifeline to them, you know, and they were devastated when I, you know, absolutely were broken when I walked away. But like I said, I've not walked away. I've just had to change my game plan and really protect myself as well, and get a balance back into my life, because there was no balance. So
on a recent interview, Sonia Poulton said that there was black ops level activity among the range of the trolling, trying to prevent her from getting her information out. Is that what do you feel that as well?
Sonia called me the other day, right? And she said, I forget how it started. So I said, Sonia, how are you? I haven't heard from you from ages, because I know Sonia. She went, well, I was going to say the same, John, but I need to discuss something with you. And I went, what? Someone had got hold of my email, right? Got into my email and was emailing, using me to her, just saying, we've got unseen footage of you, we've got this with you, and not making out it was coming from me, you know. And she said, you sent me. I said, Sonia, I haven't sent you anything. I said, I'll look on my account now. They've used a remote account with my email, and they've been emailing Sonia, making out they're me, and hacked into it all.
That's what they're doing.
Yep.
People are setting up accounts in my name. People are being accused of taking people's channels down, taking people's Instagrams down. And I'm not doing any of this stuff. They're just setting up accounts in my name.
Yeah.
And then when the trolls, I've done a copyright strike or something on the trolls, then they get all your information. So they could take the information and strike other people down with your information to make it look like it's you. Yeah. That's how sneaky they are.
Yeah.
But for people watching this, please support Sonia's brilliant work on YouTube and on BNT. She is at the forefront of an information revolution. And I absolutely, you know, we all need to be behind each other right now, against and unified against these enemies who are trying to keep us all separate and trying to play us off. So we're battling each other. We're not going to battle each other, because we're all solid people. Known Sonia for a while, known John for a while, and nothing has changed between us since day one. We're not the backstabbing type, and we're not going to fall into these traps by the trolls.
And this is one of the things. The ones I started with, they're still there. So all of them, like I said, like Sonia I've known for years, Bill Maloney, Chris Lambriano, yourself, and so many others, we're all still there. We've not changed. It's only a few have come in the interim period, caused absolute chaos, you know, like a whirlwind, like Tasmanian Devil smashed everything up, and then they've effed off. And then they turn around. I mean, one person was come on board and then got all the information, was giving it to a private detective agency and to a trolling group, you know. And I think, how spiteful. And some of that information involved my children. Now, I don't care what they say about me, but, you know, there's a line, you know, and that's where, you know, if my kids are mentioned, I will go to the police, and I'll do that in a heartbeat. I don't want to grass anyone up. But if the moment they're caught up in this, then that's that. You can have it back. But yeah, no, it's very, very bizarre, you know. So I've had the other thing. I did a walk. So I have walked hundreds. I'm just short of 1,000 miles with my dog, length and breadth of the UK. Right. I've cycled hundreds of miles on a crappy old bike for charity. I swam round the Isles of Scilly, nearly 20 odd miles around the most treacherous waters in the Atlantic, you know, to raise money, right? And I've raised thousands and thousands and thousands for charity, but also I've raised money for my campaigning. Now, because when you do GoFundMe, it gives the amount, a large percentage goes to charity, and the rest, you need it to carry on doing what you're doing. But then, of course, no, they're not happy with that. They're saying, well, John Wedger's nicked all this money, and he's nicked, so...
The thing about this, John, is it's not the donors who are not happy with it.
No.
It is trolls pretending to be concerned citizens that contact GoFundMe. So GoFundMe needs to have something in place whereby the only people who can complain about giving that you having that money are the people who gave the money in the first place. Now, I learned that because a few years ago, my first podcast guest was Jamie Morgan Kane. Some controversy arose around him. And as soon as that controversy arose, I bowed down and refunded all of the GoFundMes.
Yeah.
And the people were like, why are you refunding this? We support him anyway. We don't believe this bullshit.
Yeah.
And I thought, all right, to be clean out of this situation, I just need to refund the whole thing. But I learned from that lesson never, ever to do that, because it's the evil of the trolls that's putting in the complaints. It's not the donors.
No, it's not. Well, there was one troll put some money in, and I made sure he got his money back because he did that on purpose. And he's a very strange individual. And it turns out that he's been investigated for sexually harassing women in the past. So, and there was another guy that was attacking me, and he was, I think he was convicted for 2 rapes. So there's always another element around it.
Well, I had a GoFundMe this year that I raised for a victim, and the trolls absolutely just hammered GoFundMe.
Yeah.
It said it was a fraud.
Yeah,
I was using the money to get high and traffic women.
Yeah.
GoFundMe investigated the whole thing. I sent all of my bank information in to show exactly where the money had gone. And they said, you're completely exonerated, nothing done. But for months and months and months, that's what the trolls are running with. Attwood spent this on podcast equipment.
Yeah.
Attwood's trafficking women and spending it on cocaine. And it just went on and on and on and on and on. But not one of the donors complained.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I had this.
They're still offering to give money to that person to this day. They still are, to an extent, in some ways.
Well, I walked from Parliament Square all the way to Rainbow Woods in Bristol, which is the place where Darren Jeffries had all the organised abuse on him,
Yeah.
And a lovely guy, Darren.
What is that, Rainbow Woods? That was
It's in Bristol, yeah. Bristol. Well, Bath,
Oh, I'll never forget that story. If you haven't seen Darren Jeffries' podcast with us, check that out.
So we sort of did that because he's a very, very powerful story, and he's such a good guy, So what I said to my mate Dylan, he's an ex-paratrooper, Big Dylan. He's about 6'7", big strong lad. So he always comes with me, and we take the little dog Millie, and we'll walk all the way along the river Thames, along the canals, and we'll get there. So we're set up, and I thought I'll try and get $5,000 anyway. Bam! Within, I think, a couple of days, I was on my way to near enough getting the $5,000. Now, that was for my campaign, and that was for Terry Ellis, who you've had on here, the ex criminal gangster, whatever you call him, Terry Ellis, and Brian Cockrell. These good guys that have put life of crime to one side and are helping kids that are caught up in knife crime, so they can get that, right? So someone else then set up another Facebook page identical to mine and started filtering money off there. And then the trolls did exactly what they did to you. But the problem I had with GoFundMe was that people steamed into the manager of GoFundMe, who this woman who said, I'll look into it. She was obviously getting her ear bent by some perverse troll. So she corresponded with me. So I got her name, and I put her name out on social media. If you've got a problem, let this woman know that you're genuinely giving it for the right reasons, because John was just doing it. And again, sent her all the bits and pieces. Well, I think a few of them hammered her, to be honest. And I think she got absolutely mullered. And it didn't become professional, it became personal. So she got very spiteful and said, well, we're shutting it down anyway. So that was it.
And then the people that you're helping don't get that money, and they go back to a bad lifestyle because of the trolls who say they're saving the person because you're just defrauding the money in the first place.
Shaun, one beautiful individual gave me £1,000 on their deathbed, right? They were dying, and they said, John, I want you to have £1,000 for this walk, for this charity. Brilliant, right? And of course, money got refunded, but in the interim period, this poor soul died. So that's gone into probate. So that money never got back. So they kept £1,000. So who's a real criminal, And so it got to a point, that was where I really was getting the feeling, enough is enough.
Do you think that these sad loners sat at their computers are seeing you be successful and raise money, and they're thinking, why haven't I got a life like that?
Yeah, jealousy.
Why can't I just raise money like that?
Jealousy.
I'm going to spoil this for that person.
Yeah, jealousy. And also, without sounding conceited, I'm a good public speaker. I spent my life in Crown Courts talking out, under pressure as well. And, I can oratate well, and they don't like it. Like I said, I become very successful incredibly quickly, in what I was doing. And I think jealousy is a major part of it. They are hateful, but when you do see them, they're twisted. And one of them, I rang one up, and one was accusing me of fraud and everything else, and basically saying I'm going to have it out with him. So I rang him up and I said, "What's this? You're going to have it out with me?" He went, "Oh, no. All I was going to do was I wanted to meet you to give you some financial advice and do some bookwork for you." And I said, "Well, no, you weren't. You was accusing me, and just a coward, just a real twisted, horrible." And after the phone call, he went and called the police and said, "John Wedger's arrest me." And this is what they're like. They're weird. They're total weird. And there's a lot of medication issues as well. You know, we can't take that away from them. They're heavily medicated, some of them. And there are some damaged people, you know. And, you know, and I allow for that. But the vexation, I can't allow for. You know, and if we look, cyberbullying is now a crime. It become a crime on our statute books because people were committing suicide. I mean, there was a story the other day of a young 12-year-old girl who was bullied online. She killed herself. And I was actually telling her how to do it. Imagine being a parent of that girl. And all you need to do was turn the thing off. Honestly, the noise stopped the moment I got Facebook. Boom. Facebook is a cesspit. It's a sewer. And it's full of jobbies. It is absolutely madness. And Twitter the same. The whole lot. YouTube is a bit different because it's more for watching videos. But if I ever do anything again, it will be pre-recorded. Everything I did, Shaun, was live. So I was dealing with some people that were very, very traumatized. Some people that were very, very damaged, you know. I didn't know how it was going to go. There was no belt braces and strings. Someone could have just stabbed me. I mean, some of them, I met them like that. I didn't know who they were. I mean, bless him. I think he's brilliant. But Darren, he just turned up one day and went, "I'll come and see you do the interview." And I didn't know. And I didn't know how it was going to go with Darren. And Darren's a tough guy, you know. He's a hard man, you know. And but he's a beautiful guy, you know. And you can see that the guy just wanted his story out there. And I love him to bits. But some of them have multiple personalities, you know. Some of them could have jumped under a train afterwards. You don't know how it's going to go. You know, I was paying people's utility bills because they were in trouble. I was filling their cupboards with food. I was getting them paid work. I was getting some of them cash work. This is what I was doing. So when they were saying John was doing this and he leaves people, absolute dire nonsense. You know, one person, I went and landscaped their garden at a cost to me of nearly £2,000. I'd done all the things, the slabs and everything, and I put pictures online of what I did. You know, so this is, you know, what I've done, and it just you can't do right for doing wrong. You know, you just can't do right for doing wrong. And you know, the sad thing is, there's people that genuinely love you for what you do, and they're quiet and they sit there and they quietly just have admiration and respect for you. You know, and they don't shout and scream, and they're ones that are in so much trouble. You know, but it was what this gave me that the police didn't was the satanic ritual abuse. That was the area where I think that I was meant to do this, because I think that was my raison d'etre. That was my reason for being part of this, was to expose this. And if I can, I'd like to show you. I've got a couple of documents.
Before I go, I've just got one more question on the trolling and the threats, because I've had this channel for about 13 years. It was the first prison channel, and I exclusively started with my story and then interviewing other people about their prison stories. Then we branched out into true crime. So that brought us then into interviewing not just people who've been in prison, but ex-police, ex-victims. And then the Epstein story became one of the biggest stories on the channel. Now, the trolling has happened with some of the ex-prisoners, but once I got into the Epstein case, and once I got into talking to people like you and Sonia, the magnitude of the trolling and the death threats just went completely off the scale. And someone told me that when I first started getting into exposing elite abuse and child abuse, that people who do that end up dead.
They do.
Yeah, and they cited some people who had ended up dead. So is it part and parcel of what we are doing, and perhaps an acknowledgement of the success of what we're doing, that this trolling and death threatening becomes so diabolical and almost appears to be like a black ops level of trolling as described by Sonia.
This is organised on two levels. Firstly, you've got people that are just mad, bad and sad, okay? And they're sitting indoors and they love to hate. Haters love to hate. Hurt people, okay? And they're never happy. If you live next door to them, they'll be a nightmare. And I think even their own kids probably don't talk to them. Do you know what I mean? So, and you just become this light that these moths can come bombarding into. But on another level, there is this organisation. Now, they're saying they've got this thing called the 77th Brigade now, which are a branch of the intelligence service, military intelligence, and that there are a military unit on the intelligence regiment that's set up specifically for social media, So, of course, I got the police contact me, and I got the intelligence services contact me, and I also then got an ex hitman for the the ex-SAS hitman contact me. So, and he was just saying, be careful because you're going to come into our remit soon. So that obviously is now. I think that's an extreme way to go to shoot someone, because it's also very high risk, and it's going to get looked at. But if you can take someone down through social media, then that's straightforward.
So it's the character assassination before the physical assassination.
Yeah. And I think with me that, I think out of all of the podcasters, I got the biggest kick in the Jacobs, as they say, when it comes to trying to attack my character. Literally everything. The key to it is you can't respond to it. You must not respond to it. Don't bite with it, because then you engage it, you feed this beast, but it takes your time.
And they contact everybody you've ever had any interaction with throughout your life. For example, they've contacted all of my podcast guests.
Yeah.
And 99% of my podcast guests have got my back, and they've just, contacted me continuously throughout all of this drama. But they do manage to twist the odd one's mind. And the two channels that were responsible for that recently were live streaming accidentally and exposed themselves as complete con artists. They, for like almost an hour, they didn't realize they were being recorded. And they live streamed it.
Yeah.
And they were just laughing about how much money they were going to make making videos about me, and mocking guests they had contacted to turn against me, but actually speaking badly then about those people and what they really thought of them. Just expose themselves as complete charlatans. But it's like there's a whole spectrum of forces against you, isn't there? Like mentally ill people, loners, more organized people, and then black ops level. And it's like this nexus that you can't quite...
Well, with me, it was the SRA. That's when it went to this level, and that was it, bang. And it was really strange, because when I was whistleblowing in the police, the same pattern occurred. Now, I was contacted by a guy called Lenny Harper, and Lenny Harper's a police officer who exposed Haute de la Garenne in Jersey, and he'd be a lovely guy to have on, because he is a lovely guy. And he just said, look, you watch things start happening to you now. You're going to get arrested. You're going to get this done to you. And he said, the other thing is your bank account will get shut down. Well, that's exactly what happened. And Maggie Oliver said very similar to me as well, Is
she going through this, Maggie?
Yeah. She, exactly the same.
So everyone, Sonia, Maggie, everyone is going through it.
I don't know whether she goes through the trolling so much this. I mean, but I'm talking about when we were in the police together, because when I was going through it, she was very good to me, as was Lenny Harper, and they both said that there is an algorithm of bullying. This is what they're going to do. And with the police, what they do is that they destroy your character, right? So exactly the same thing. What they do is they start going through things that are going to get you screwed up. And the easiest one is data protection violations. Now, in the police, especially detectives, you've got access to a phenomenal amount of intelligence. How you disseminate and utilize that intelligence is a point of conjecture, right? And it's a judgment call. So I could be looking at someone and I could justify it to myself, and I could justify it for the whole overall investigations, but I might not be able to justify it to some sort of crime commissioner or intelligence commissioner who says, well, why are you looking at this person, right? And when you look at a name, I could put in Shaun Attwood, I don't know who's looking at you. But if you're flagged up by the intelligence services or the National Crime Agency, they'll be told. you know. And it's the same as if you ever do a name check on someone who's been in the special forces, they get told, right? And the civilians don't tend to understand the depth of intrusion. You know, I saw it from the police, and some of my work did coincide with intelligence services. So all of a sudden, I started getting these discipline papers, what they call a 163 form, served on me, right? And it's basically a summons, and it's saying that we're investigating you as an officer for data protection violations because you looked at this information, this, right? And also we're sending it to the CPS. So it's a summons. You're being summoned to court now. So it's the same as being arrested. I end up 9 of these things served on me, all told, you know. And so this is what they want to do, and knowing that one of them would stick. And then they look at everything else, and they really, really try and so firstly, what they're doing is they want you arrested, and then they're going to offer you a deal. So what they'll say to me is, you resign and take a caution. That's it. You don't, you're going to court, and that's prison. I mean, one of them, and this is what they'll do. They there was a guy I worked with, who was an undercover cop, right? I think you have spoken to him, but you didn't want to come on. So, you know, anyway, won't name him, but anyway, so he was an infiltrator, and he was brilliant at what he did. But like all undercover cops, he went mad. They've got so many personalities, right? But he was a good friend of mine, and we worked on a lot of good work together, you know, mainly drugs work, but he was brilliant. And his legend was he'd live as a tramp, right? So he would go. It's really strange, and this is one thing. The Welsh police don't use their own officers for undercover work because everyone in Wales knows everyone, so they all know each other, right? So, oh look, there's Di, there's, you know, so they can't. So they always have to drag in people from elsewhere. So he ended up like in Wales and places like that as a tramp, and he'd get involved in all sorts of stuff. But he was so convincing. He got tattoos everywhere. He'd have a little dog with him sometimes. And he would piss himself. He would literally piss himself. And he stank of piss, right? And he always had a little bottle of methadone on him as well. And he lost the plot. He left the police. He went to live in France. And he got lonely, you know, because he was isolated. And the other thing they do is isolate you as well, you see. So he ended up totally and utterly isolated, very depressed, point of suicidal. His phone, he didn't have it anymore, but all he knew was that I'm the only Wedger in the police. That's it. There is no other, right? There's no others I don't think, in the UK. So if you put in John Wedger, Met Police, blah, 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 you're going to get me. So he went into an internet cafe and he said, look, I'm coming to England. Please, can we have a meet? Can we have? And so I emailed him back. And I said, yeah, no worries. You're still living as a tramp. It's got, yeah. I said, well, I'll tell you what. You bring the special brew. I'll bring the methadone. We'll have a cocktail. So the next thing, I'm arrested. Right? And they said, right, we got you now. I went, well, what do you mean? And they said, right, conspiracy to supply Class A drugs. And they wouldn't tell me what the evidence was. And then they said, this 15 years, you're going to get all the others 2 years. This you're going to get, not we'll go through due process, a trial, and you'll be judged by your peers, but no, you are definitely getting 15 years. And then of course they need to provide the evidence, but they got in touch with him as well and wanted him to give a statement that I was, and he told them, you know, to do one. And but so it's exactly the same thing. And then what you're then in a state of confusion, a state of fear. You can't think right. And you're like a person at sea. When you're at sea, you will cling to anything. You will cling to anything. So any lifeline, you'll cling to it, you know, and you'll accept their terms and conditions, when really what you got to do is get a grip, take a step back and realise you're not in trouble at all. And there is another way out of this.
So your prescription for trolls then is just to completely blank
totally them. And utterly blank them, you know. And funny enough, like talking to Corrine, and of course she started then giving me a profile. And I give her a couple of examples of people, you know, that have been doing things, and she's bang on, you know. And she said that they get one chance, you know, and that's it. You know, if they're going against you, then that's it. Boom. That's it. Boom.
So if your followers call you and they've seen something negative about you from a troll, and the follower says, I've just come across this, can you explain yourself? What kind of a thing would you say to a genuine follower?
What I do now, I say, look, I'm not explaining myself. And that's what I said to someone the other day. Someone said, look, you got to watch this video. Someone's put video out about you. I said, I don't care. I'm not interested. I'm not. And I like to think that their judgment would be good enough to know who I am and what I am. And I just say it's nonsense or it's bollocks. I just put it's bollocks. Ignore it. I've ignored it. You should, because it's not about them. It's about me. But what I would say to people, anyone that's going into this podcasting, I said when I did an interview with Joey Barnett, I said, Joey, the moment you put out you're doing it, you watch. And he went, when I went back for a second part, he went, fucking hell, John. He said, unbelievable. I've been absolutely it. He said, but when I go back to these trolls and I look at them, he said, it's all nonsense and they're all weirdos and all saying the same thing. And it's the same like with Team Harvey. It's the same little, nonsense.
Shaun Wedger.
Yeah, honestly, it is. It's just, but
Please listen to Brian Harvey's song about us. It's great.
But some of these people,
New World Order.
I know, it's just mad, isn't it? And what's the other one? Shill. I didn't even know what a shill was. You're a shill. Someone said you're a shill. And I went, well, thank you very much. You're a ducky yourself. What was that? But when you look at them, there's no substance to them. But there's some of the people that have attacked me. They're dirty. I know they're dirty. I know a lot about them. At no point have I had any need to attack or denigrate them or point a finger at them or character destroy them. Which one or two of them, I could absolutely muller them. I don't want to. I have no need to. And what it would do, Shaun, you spend your time going through all that. You've lost a day.
You're creating content. Where's it gone? You just troll attention.
And how do you feel afterwards? You feel
what a
awful.
waste.
What a waste of a day. It makes you feel horrible. You feel paranoid. You think everyone hates you. But then, like I did, walk out, and I think James was with us. So people were coming up, weren't they? John, and that's the real gauge of it. Do you know what I mean? So, and that's how I deal with it. But look, if someone knows you, they know you. I mean,
we've got almost 600,000 followers now on the channel, and it goes up every month.
Of course, it will.
So those toxic people and the people who are just falling by the wayside, goodbye, basically.
Yeah. And if you was to put them all in a room, they'd amount to no one anyway. And then they'd all start fighting with each other. Then they'd go to the toilet and fight with themselves in the mirror, wouldn't they?
The targeting. They're doing videos on James the cameraman now as well.
Oh. You watch it happen, James. Sorry, I've been giving them information, James.
It is humorous, some of the things. What was I going to say? So, yeah, blank the trolls. But, if we're staying on this mission, do we just expect the heat to increase and acknowledge that as being confirmation that we're doing the right thing?
Well, what does an actor do, right? You can't just get hold of an actor's details, right? Has to go for an agent, and an agent will be filtering them out. They'll be weeding them out. And if you speak to any actor, they'll be getting hate mail, and all the time. So you need a filtration system. I had nothing. There were a couple of people who started doing it, but then they had access to my emails, and then that started getting abused. So, you need to filter out what it is. You need to get a grip of where you really stand in all this, because when you're getting the incredible hits that you're getting, it's working, And when you look at their work, they'll have 308 views or something like that, And so it's, I've been attacked for having a suntan, He's got a suntan. I cycled a crappy old bike I found in a canal, 300 miles across Cornwall and Bodmin Moor and all that. I was dehydrated, right? It was the hottest summer we've ever had, and that's why the suntan. And of course, my father was Sicilian, so I'm going to go like an Asian. And I was going to say another word, then it's going to happen,
What are they attacking you for, James? What are they saying?
Oh, they're saying I was...
But it's linked to
Didn't
me.
one of them say you were going to beat one of them up or something?
Yeah, well, I was having a go at him, saying he'd blown off during one of his videos. You can hear it in the audio. Making fun of them, and that came back to me and slagging me off.
So you farted on an interview?
Very, very silly. I was just taking the mickey out of them back and trying to give them some medicine.
Well, I know that
it is fun sometimes to do that, but
one of them did contact someone who follows me who is hard man, and they got it. They absolutely got it. And he's rung up and he said, look, I'm not saying this is right, John, but this person will never, ever mess about you again. And he said they've had a visit, And so, I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but sometimes they'll pick on the wrong person. They will pick on the wrong person, and that's that. But it is inevitable. You're going to get it, and you're going to get critics as well, And I mean, one of them, it was Private Eye magazine were attacking me quite a bit.
Were they?
Yeah. And again, they've got a history. They've got a history of things, and they get away with it because Ipsos are the regulatory body for newspapers. They're classed as a satirical magazine. But it was all to do with involvement in talking out about satanic ritual abuse. And of course, boom. But there's a history of it there, So, but you've got to look at it as recognition. But some of it is dangerous. And I think what they did with Wilfred, how the media portrayed Wilfred was dangerous. And again, I think I've done my fair share in redressing that balance and telling the world, Wilfred Wong is an outstanding human being who will do anything he will fight any Satanist anywhere on the planet, shirts off in a car park right here, right now. And he will protect children, and he's a good guy. So,
and he's paying the price for keeping it real.
But he's in good spirits, he's in real good spirits. He just said it's the boredom, the absolute boredom, as you probably know.
I did. I sent him some books. I hope he gets them. Yeah. So you've got your satanic.
Right. Yeah, I'm going to just move on to what something that occurred just prior to me sort of exiting left on this one. Was a lady got in touch with me, and this sort of proves how deep this goes, and something about the attacks as well. Now, she corroborated so much of what everyone else has said, and I've had the response I've got from victims and survivors of satanic abuse is, that's bang on. And she said to me, have you got a pen? I went, yeah. She said, have you got a bit of paper? I went, yeah. So you sat down? And I went, oh, no. She said, well, sit down. So I sat down, and she explained the hierarchy of Satanism, how Satanism works, and who's put in place. And she said there are police officers, and they are usually on what they call the fixer level. And I'm going to go through these levels with you in a minute. And she said, one of them, she said, you've upset this guy. And I went, okay. And she said a name. And I went, oh my word. She said, you know him, don't you? I went, yeah. And so she named a copper that I knew as a Satanist. And it brought it home to me, And she said that, the word I've got back is that, you will one day find out how much you've upset them. So you've got them on board as well, and of course you're going to get Satanists at work in the registry office. Some of them might work for the local police. Hertfordshire Police has got a pagan officer, and a pagan appointed officer. And, so they'll have access to all sorts of information. There's GPs, we got it with people like Harold Shipman and all that, that clearly demonic individuals and very well connected, and as are secret societies and things like that. So you never underestimate who you're dealing with. But what we had, and really this sort of came out post interview with Janette Archer on her story. So a freedom of information request was sent out. Now Wilfred had stats on cases that had gone before UK courts that had resulted in convictions, which they clearly said had a satanic connotation. Now, one of the things that I'm pushing for now is that satanic abuse is classed as an aggravating factor to abuse. So, whereas years ago you could punch an Indian guy in the face, call him an effing this and effing that, and it'd just be dealt with as assault. Now it's racially aggravated assault, or homophobic assault, or whatever tag you put on with it. So it's an aggravated factor. Like the American things like that, I want satanic abuse to be seen as its own statute law, and that it should be looked at on a national level and not, a local level. So I sent out some freedom of information requests. Now, I don't know how we'll do this. It's very, very small font, but if you can just see bits and... I don't know if we can do that, James, but...
Can you actually email the image to James
yeah,
and he can just put it over the
I'll
screen?
email that over. Yeah. So I'll just
Yeah.
show it out. But what we got is like a little bar chart. Now, each force was asked in the UK. I don't know how many there are there. Maybe if we say 50, for example, forces in the UK. What cases have you had that have got satanic connections? Right. So they've got crime, incident, and then one is not stated. So we go through it now. This is Surrey, so this is where like Janette's stuff emanated from. To start with, they were the first to respond. They're 32. We thought, well, that's a lot.
So what does that mean then? There's 32.
32 crimes that have been reported. I don't know the exact timescale, but this was in August 2020 that have got a satanic connotation.
Just in the month of August?
No. This could be over a few year period.
Okay.
Right? I don't know what the statute limitations for FOI, the parameters exactly are, but
yeah.
It's from 2000, so the last 20 years.
This is over 20 years.
20 years. Okay, so it's got on there 20 years. So it's satanic cases. Now what is very, very strange is that the Metropolitan Police, 0. Now, if we take, like I said in my podcast before, London being, the third most diverse city in the world, one of the most densely populated cities in the world, especially in Western Europe. We've got a population of something like 11 million.
We've had at least one podcast guest on who acknowledged participating in satanic crimes in London.
Yeah. And I've spoken to many victims, of it, but not one in London, right? Hertfordshire, just outside to the north, they've got 44, which is quite staggering. But the biggest one was West Yorkshire. I mean, West Yorkshire, they're on 74. 74. Now, I know a victim of SRA in West Yorkshire, and so, but again, there's other forces that are just denying it. Kent, nothing. I mean, Kent, my word, you hear so much about Kent. Wilfred had a lot of work he was doing in Kent. Humberside, none. Hampshire, none. Well, Hampshire, what a joke, because Hampshire has got the New Forest, and the New Forest was the heart of the Rains list. As is the Isle of Wight and places like that, absolutely awash with it. They've got the town of Burley, which is dedicated to witchcraft. So Hampshire, the liars have said they've got none. I mean, I don't know how they gauge it. Dividend Powys, again, none. And again, the Chief Constable of Dividend Powys, the former Chief Constable, was on the Rains list. And then the Kidwelly case and things like that. Now,
Do you want to just briefly tell people what the Rains list is?
Yeah, the Rains list is an acronym, Rains. It's Ritual Abuse Information Network Support. This was a lady called Dr. Joan Coleman, who was a therapist, psychologist, psychiatrist at the Maudsley Hospital, just north of Brixton, and King's College Hospital, linked to there. And she would do therapy for very, very traumatized individuals. And she started noticing this thing called DID, which is dissociated identity disorder, which is multiple personalities, as we say, in the victim field. So and she started talking to these people and figuring out, well, why have you got this? What's gone on? They all started saying very similar things. And it was ritual abuse, satanic ritual abuse. And that was a one thing. So she started documenting this. Now, what happened was, patterns started emerging, as they do with all organised crime. So if a name was mentioned a minimum of twice, it went on the Rains list. If a location was mentioned a minimum of twice. So there is an extended list, which has got hundreds and hundreds, and there is a reduced list. And it's online. If you put in Rains, the acronym RAINS, satanic list, you'll find it. And there's celebrities on there. There's chief constables on there. There was one of my former senior officers on the unit I worked on, Clubs and Vice, is named on it. I've written to the police about this as well. And again, no response, I've written to the IOPC about this guy, why is he on it? And they've written back and they've said, John Wedger, please never write to us again. The IOPC, I mean, what are they there for if not to investigate this? So it's an incredible list. It stands on its own 2 feet. Again, it's very toxic because anyone who really puts it out there ends up in a lot of trouble. But it is a public document and it can be referred to, and you will be amazed at the names on there and these names that it's an incredible document, the Rains list, and it's all centered around Hampshire. So again, absolute dire nonsense, and it goes on and on. Even Devon and Cornwall. I mean, I mean, they've only said 8. Again, it's an area that's always mentioned, Devon and Cornwall. Certain places, you know, keep cropping up time and time again.
Why are some squares orange and some red?
Well, some are incidents, some are crimes, and some are not stated. So it could be intelligence or something like that. So, you know, this is, you know, it's an FOI document. It's a very interesting reading, and it really, really sort of backs up who's actually bothering. West Yorkshire are doing, you know, they're actually recording it. Hertfordshire are recording it. The Met Police know, you know, Hampshire know. 2 main epicenters. Very, very sad, you know, sad. And this is one of the things, had I got a good little team that I wanted exploring, you know. I had a team of ex-military guys come to me, ex-special forces lads. One of them is well known. He's on the telly quite a bit. So we can put a team together for you for if you're going to do covert stuff, we're going to do this. You know, I remember the House of Lords wanted to put across a private members bill to get this all highlighted. And of course, the trolls and everyone else brought this to an end, you know. So this was the level I was on. So when you're saying, was it organised? Well, I was onto something very big here. I had a meeting with the Home Secretary in October. Everything was stopped and put on hold, you know. So I think it genuinely was not just a vexatious campaign, a jealousy campaign, but also a very orchestrated campaign to bring me to a halt, to a grinding halt, to be honest, because I started talking about this. But, and again, anyway, so this lady gets in touch with me, and she is a victim and survivor of satanic ritual abuse. She names many people that I've heard of, people that are in the public domain, and she names a copper that I'm aware of, and everything she said ties in. I've got no reason to disbelieve this woman whatsoever. She's a professional, and what she's given me is something that has been corroborated. Now, it's a pyramid, right? And I've deemed it the SRA hierarchy, right? Okay. Now, she said children are referred to as diamonds.
Can I have a look?
Yep. And I seem to arrange this because arrange this is. And what I want to do is go through each level and their roles, and you know, and this does tie in with some of the stuff you've been dealing with Epstein and things like that.
Prince Andrew, yeah.
You know, and what she said to me is, wherever you get a site, you'll always get a labyrinth and a maze. And she said, when you're looking at Epstein's Island, there is a labyrinth. You can see it. She said, John, that is not just a place of abuse. That is a place of ritualistic abuse. That's one thing she said to me. So if we start at the very bottom, these are spotters and lookers, right? So the lookers actually are a degree above the spotters, but she said they'll be going out picking their victims. So they're very proactive, the Satanists. You know, they're never resting. They've got a job to do. They'll go out there. Now, they could be anything, the spotters and the lookers. They could be a heroin addict that is going out there to identify. Mainly, they're picking on and identifying dysfunctional families, right? So this is a need. This is one of the things, the campaign that I was doing was also bringing the family unity back and family values back. Because when your family's divided and broken, your kids are prey to these beasts, you know, and they are. And we saw that with what was happening in there was a program about it. I'll come to me in a minute. In the north, they were deliberately targeting working class dysfunctional families. So they'll be going out looking for kids that are sort of on their own a lot, latchkey kids and things like that. And the strange thing is, one of the children that was killed by Sidney Cook, the very infamous child murderer, his best friend contacted me and said, you know, when they abducted this boy, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. It was one of the boys that Cook got convicted of murdering. And he said he was always on the street, John, always on the street. And they knew that he was easy prey. His mother was a drinker. And so they'll be looking out for kids that they can get hold of. They'll also be targeting families. And they will have people that will be working in the records office, in doctors' surgeries and things like that. So they've got bits everywhere. So they filter that information back and they'll be paid according to it, right? And she goes on about mentioned about Elm Guest House. She said, you know, there was stuff going on there which has come out in the public domain, but also when a child is needed, not just for a satanic ritual for a murder, but also kids are needed for sex. So clients will come over to the UK from abroad and they want a child. So the lookers will be sent out, go and get us a very skinny little ginger-haired boy, for instance. That's what the customer wants. And they said they will have kids in the care homes. They will have kids from satanic families and all that they can pick in. But if there's not, they will abduct. So we have had cases of child abduction. And if we look at Mark Dutroux, he was abducting to order as well. So it all does tie in very, very nicely. And again, because she goes on for the reasons for it. Now, people will pay money for spells to be put on. So someone might want fame, might want fortune, and will pay a lot of money for a certain spell. And that certain spell will always require blood, but it may be a dog, a cat will do. But on the whole, a child's blood is what's needed. And that's big money. So we've got a good money incentive here. Satanism is all about the self. It's the love of the self as well as the devil. But, it's all about me, I. And so they'll be sent out to look to identify, not just for a one-off, but also for a long term. Right? And we move up now, right? To the cleaners. Now, this is where I said that there is a police officer was mentioned as being a cleaner. They will make sure that any crime scene is forensically clear, but not also forensically clear. It can also be deliberately contaminated. So, which was always a big concern with DNA, because DNA can be put on a scene with DNA. And I remember a bloke telling me once he was on one unit and a tramp took a bite of an apple, threw it, and he said that apple was picked up and dumped at a burglary, and the guy was subsequently brought in and he had no excuse. And DNA, fag ends can be flicked through letterboxes and things like that. So you can be put on a scene quite easily, so they can contaminate a scene as well as clean it. But also, if you're going to have a ritual and the child is going to be murdered, right, there's a contingency needs to be put in place. So what's been mentioned to me is all sorts of venues, even things like Legion clubs, military bases, police stations on occasion. So for instance, if there's a social club that's going to be used, right, how are you going to get that? Well, you're going to need to know the key holder. You're going to need to know that cars aren't blocking the street, so the police are called. The central station alarm, which a lot of them has got to be demobilised. And you've got to probably have someone that's within a control room or whatever in the police. So if any calls are dealt there, they're intercepted and they're pushed off. They will have their sentries on the outskirts, or even a police car is sent in to intercept anyone nosing around. You don't want anyone gawping through. So there's a lot. And also, once it's done, it needs to be left as it was and cleaned up properly and the body taken away with. And cleaners are given... They said there's 5 different areas in the UK and they're given a certain area and it's up to them. And they are heavily financially rewarded for that, right? Right, and then you go up, you've got the fixers, and these are the people that will arrange it, right? And one of them was said to me as being a fixer was Jimmy Savile. Was said to me, and that's why they said Jim will fix it, because he was a fixer. So they will organise it. They will make sure that the client gets a child. The venue is sorted out. So they will be like the area manager of this. So you got these fixers now. Moving up, then you've got the international fixers. So this is international trafficking of children.
Epstein.
Exactly, and this is the name that was mentioned to me.
Maxwell.
Epstein was mentioned to me by this woman. She said, and also a very, very famous singer who contested his involvement, and I can't say no more than that, was mentioned to me, right? And she said the one thing you're always going to get, you're going to get cages. They love to cage the children. They love to be kept in cages. Barns, cellars, underground structures are very, very important. Tunnels, basements.
Did you watch the program about the 2 brothers in the West Country, where the mother had them outside in like a shed?
Yes.
And one of them lost his memory.
Yeah, yes.
So the other brother didn't tell him that they were both being abused and sold. Just basically, the mom was she was already a woman of status,
and she was in high society, yeah.
And she was giving her kids to these other influential people.
And one of them said one was a very well-known artist.
Tell Me Who I Am, was that what it's called?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Brilliant program. Yeah.
Well, she had them in like a shed or something outside, didn't she? Like,
yeah, they had to. They were converted garage. They would put them in there and kept away. But again, and this is one of the things that is very prevalent in satanic abuse is the role of the mother. There's a fantastic thing on Netflix called Mindhunter, and it's all about the inception of profiling. And I was talking to Karine about this actually the other day, and it's how they get it, and the way they got it was basically what they used to do with me and the police, going to the prisons, and that's one of the things they used to do with me, send me into the prisons to talk to people because I had this natural ability to talk, and these guys were going and talking to serial killers, and what was blatantly obvious was how many of them were abused by their mother. Near enough all of them, and the reason they went on to kill was a vengeance for the mother, to get approval for the mother.
So a lot of people think of international trafficking then, whereby kids are procured from countries like Vietnam, Cambodia, the Philippines, places where Gary Glitter hung out. And it's financial, because the camera crews went in that one Gary Come Home or something, that documentary, if you saw it, they're on Gary Glitter's trail, and they go through this village, and they're filming it secretly, and the parents are coming out saying, do you want the kid for an hour, a day, a week? But it's all about the money.
Money, all about the money.
So in Tell Me Who I Am, if this woman's already an aristocrat and she's giving her kids out, what's in it for her?
But it's the position, keeping in that position of privilege and power, so she maintains that style. And you just, it's like, I haven't got anything financially, right? Now, with a millionaire, 1 million's not enough. 2 million is not enough. 3 million. So it's greed and greed and greed. So what they're doing then, they're not going to sit there and she say, well, I'm financially well off now, I can stop pimping my kids out. It's her way of life. It's what she does. It's what she's always done.
So it's a status thing.
The whole thing. And
networking.
Absolutely. And children are big. And this is what I want to come on to in a minute with this guy that I'm talking to at present, who's an ex-coke smuggler, gangster and all that, and he wants, he's got quite a lot to say, but children, like I said to you before, drugs at the bottom, guns at the bottom, children are the commodity. I mean, this lady was saying that that a lot of them were flown out in Hercules craft to America. They would be put into like little boxes. I mean, she said, and there'd be drugs. She said, so an Atlantic crossing, you're not going to do more than 8 hours anyway. And if you're knocked out on a sleeping tablet or a strong injection, you can do 8 hours of sleep. So it's not a problem, But so I said, well, how can they do that? How can they get in there? She said, because it's their people that are always on. They always make sure their people are on. And it's a bit like maybe there has been a special branch or a military intelligence intervention into both yourself and me. But if you was to accost, that's why I don't like these videos when they stick cameras in some Bobby and the Beat's face and accuse them of being New World Order and a shill and all that. Well, no, he ain't, but that's not saying that there isn't that involvement in there. There isn't a Masonic cover-up, that there isn't a satanic cover-up, but you're not going to know unless you're in on it, I worked in an office, in a CID office, and there was guys there that were doing covert roles. I never knew what they were doing. And I was doing stuff for the National Crime Agency. No one knew what I was doing. It's just some days I weren't there. We had one guy, he was a former member of the Special Boat Squadron. He disappeared for 6 weeks. We never see him. And turned out he was in Sierra Leone. And no one knew. He come back with a suntan and a mad stare, So you don't know. It's a wheel within a wheel within a wheel. But these sweeping, overarching comments that all coppers are Masons, all coppers are MI5 and all... Absolute load of nonsense. But
a lot of coppers watch this and they support what we're doing.
Of course they do.
And they resent that these orders are coming from the top and it wasn't what they signed up for.
No, I know. And it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. It really is. But you say we got the fixers, which is Epstein, and again, big money. You'll admit to doing cocaine. You'd admit to having a gun. There's a thing called what's it called? It's narco something or other. It's all about the corrida bands out in
Narcos Corridos, the ballads for the narcos.
Yeah. And
I've got a fellow who I helped with his channel, OG Shadow. He's at 120,000 subs right now in a year from nothing. And they've just made a song about him in Mexico.
yeah. Well, it's big things, but then
It's on his channel. Check it out.
and these
Subscribe
these
to
are
OG.
wealthy kids from LA. They've got no idea of what goes on in Juarez, the actual butchery that go, and like they spoke to a copper in Juarez, and he went, look at these rich American kids, these corrido bands, and this is what we deal with, and look at them, But they're sitting there. They go out to Mexico for a week, and they're there with their guns and all this, and doing a bit of crystal meth and everything else. But you won't ever see them on there with a little kid. I'm not saying that they're doing little kids, but that's where the line is. You're not going to see it overt. And there is heavy criminality involved in children, and there was
Big money.
and you hear a lot about what the Cray twins were involved with children as well, and I hear it, and it's a point of conjecture because of some of the people that I associate with. But
Just aside for a moment, then, what were the Cray twins involved with children?
well, I've heard that they were procuring kids for politicians. That's what I've heard. Now, again, it's a point of conjecture, but that's what I've heard.
So that's how they were blackmailing to maintain their operations.
Well, yeah, and got away with a lot of things, but there'll be a lot of people won't like me for saying that. But it's there's enough on documentaries where people said I had enough of what they were doing. I knew what they were doing, So, that's that. And there was intelligence coming out from the prison system, that there was, and there was a guy who was going to do an interview with me about it. That sort of, but anyway, that side above. The international fixers are the Bloods, right? And he said these are people of very high social esteem, right? And if you're in that world, your heart's gone, your soul's gone anyway. I mean, you look at people like that, Philip Green. I mean, he pays something like £100,000 to moor his boat for one day in some port somewhere. I mean, all them people whose pensions got collapsed by Maxwell and everything else, and they're living. They want to do good. They could do so much good with their money, but they don't want to.
So the mum in the documentary who had the kid, the sons, would she be considered a blood?
May well be. She may well be a fixer. I would have thought she's probably a fixer.
Okay.
But she would be with these people. Right?
So it's the attention from the Bloods that she wants. The networking with the Bloods is her incentive.
Yeah, and she said they call them Bloods because it is blood. It is about blood. Not only is there bloodline there, but you have to have the blood. There's always blood in a ritual. Always blood in a ritual. And children are better. And the more frightened the child, the younger the child, the richer it is. And she goes on to tell that one day when she said there's two sorts of children. Those that have come from satanic families, that they're kept because of commodity, because they're already sexualized. They're used to the orgies, the pain and everything else, and then there's the abducted children, and the abducted children, they're going to die, and they're valued because of the fear element in them, and there will be sexually a virgin, and they will be tortured, and this is what happens. She said, and this is when these kids go missing off the streets and all that. And she said, and there's kids that go missing that no one worries about, you don't hear about anyway. And some kids are bought, and others they have women that breed the children for them, And I've spoken to women after women that have given birth to children and don't know where their children went, So it is a reality. I hear this so many times. I mean, it was getting. I become the go-to person for it, and I was hearing it bang, 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 constant. And above that, the royals, and she said that they are what they are. And she said that don't need any explaining, but that's a global
and
thing.
People through Prince Andrew, people have just woke up to that left and right, haven't they, in the last couple of years?
Of course they are. And the thing is that interview that he did about, was it the pizza restaurant down here in Guildford? Was it
Woking Pizza Express.
I mean, what a load of crap. I mean,
his daughter said she can't even remember it either.
But why would they go there? I mean, it's just, and not only that, if they go anywhere, it's got to be a pre-planned operation. When you see I think the only one they said would drive themselves was Prince Anne. She insisted on driving herself, but she would have these, what they call protection officers all around her anyway.
And all the royal protection diary logs have not been forthcoming to show where he was. And besides, Pizza Express, I think it closes at 8 or 10 because we filmed there. And the nightclub he was at, Tramp, opens at the same time Pizza Express closes.
Yeah.
So how's that an alibi?
Yeah, and you know,
He's recently said he's allergic to horsehair as well. That's why another thing couldn't be possible.
Well, absolutely. Well, I had one guy come to me, and he used to. He was a farrier, blacksmith farrier, and he would sometimes do work for not the Queen, but the other royals, you know. And he would tell me about a place in Hampshire that he would get invited to their parties, and he said, "John, they're orgies." He said they were all shagging each other, you know. And again, you can't name them, but I mean, it's very close to home with what we're saying with Andrew. And he said, I've been there. He said, I've been in there and watched it with my own eyes. And he used to say to me, never ever bow down and call them people sir, because they're not. He said, they're nothing but perverts. And that was his thing on the Royals. He said, don't ever look up to them. And but yeah, he did that interview, and it's been analysed now by forensic statement analysts, and it's just unbelievable. You know, there's quite a few videos of professional statement analysts, and they identify deception, and it's honestly, it's like ping ping ping.
But
ping,
it was just
ping.
a straightforght shooting weekend.
You know, I think the only thing he says is his name that's correct, and that's it. And they expect us to fall for that. But then, of course, what happened was we ended up in this big health scare that we've got in the moment, and everything's been forgotten about.
How arrogant was he in the first place to do that?
It's incredible.
Just to think that we're all going to buy that bullshit.
But I think this is it. They think we're gonna buy it, right? And this is their contempt for us. They must really think that we are as thick as they come. But who advised that moron to behave in that manner? I mean, it's absolutely incredulous, isn't it? I mean, it's just, I sat there and I just thought, he's taking the piss. That is just absolute madness.
But even though there's been a distraction, he's lost in the court of public opinion. He's ruined.
Oh, it's ruined. No, and I think the royal family in general are ruined. I don't think they have any respect whatsoever anymore. You know, and especially what's happening to this country at the moment. And where's the support coming?
Do you think that they could save the royal family by passing it over Charles to Charles's firstborn?
Well, I wouldn't even credit that lad with it. I think the only one is Harry Hewitt, isn't he? I think he's about the only bit of, you know, saving grace we've got, because he seems to be like a normal bloke. Harry Hewitt, I think it seems all right, you know. It's weird. There's so many questions, but again, what is needed is people that worked in amongst these to come and speaking out. And I've heard a couple of fellas from my old world that have gone on to royalty protection have mentioned one particular male member of the royal family, consistently the same one, and it's been mentioned by other people to me as well.
In a good or bad way?
Always a bad way, never a good way. You know, I've never heard anything nice about you know, anything. I think people like Diana, and that was about it. And I don't hear anything bad about them two boys, but this one member I hear all the time, the same. It's always this guy. And but again, what can you do? What can you say? You know, it's sad that we can't speak out. And it's the same with these celebrities that have been involved in the child abuse, horrific abuse, that have been named to me so many times. They've been named to the police, yet they get away with it. Which brings the reality of this in. This is why there's obviously something other than just being a bit of a geezer or doing a bit of coke or doing this. There's something else. This is what will silence people. And you die, you speak about this, that's it, you're finished, you're dead, you know, you're gone. And this is it. And Satanism, Wilfred's right, it is at the key, which is, I mean, what we're on about, same with that documentary with the twins, we're talking about the white upper echelons of society. What was very, very strange was that this guy's contacted me, former top-notch tier 1 criminal, you know, armed blagger, cocaine importer, now wants to do a lot of good, you know. And what he's doing now, he's working with trafficked people. And he put me in touch with a lady the other day, trafficked from West Africa, from Nigeria. And she started talking to me about how much voodoo, Juju, is used in criminality, how kids are being brought over here. They're used as prostitutes coming from Nigeria, but they're also heavily demonized because they've been subject to a hell of a lot of rituals where demons are put on them, and these demons are there for money. And she said, but I could control men even as a young kid because of the demons in me.
And let me just confirm some of that, because I spoke to, for quite a while, the guy who wrote the book about the torso that was found in the Thames.
Yep.
And he detailed all of the satanic, ritualistic, voodoo methods that were coming in from that part of the world. But I'll let you expand on that.
Yeah, well, and one of them,
it's very real,
and this is very strange you should say that, she said, but one of them is the Leviathan, the water spirits. The water demons are the strongest. And again, she said, if you find water in a ritual, you're dealing with very, very demonic. And of course, Adam's body was found in the Thames, beheaded, torso was, and it was my team that recovered his body, ironically enough.
Was it?
Yeah, when I was with the River Police. Yeah.
Wow. Could you detail that for us?
Yeah, it was, they pulled him out. I can't remember exactly where, but I was sent out to look for anything that could be linked to it. And over in Rotherhithe was a disused wharf. We went in there because I think it weren't too far from where the body was found. I couldn't say exactly where it was found. Anyway, we went in there, and there was a satanic temple in there. So the murder team was brought in, and it was all photographed, and it was all pentagram 666, and it was just satanic doorbins everywhere, all over the place. Whether that is tied in with his body or it's geographically a bit different, but I can always remember I was on a unit that dealt with passport deception, and we predominantly dealt with Nigerians. They seemed to be the ones that had it down to a T. And we went round a house in East London over in Dagenham once to search it, and I found it's like a sandpit, like a kid's sandpit, wooden frame thing, and in it was all like chicken bones with tags with names on it, all stuck in there. And I said, what's that? And he went, it's the Juju, it's, the voodoo. And he said, you sent me to court, your name will be on that. And there was all, honestly, all in there, and which is what this guy that I'm dealing with at the moment is saying, that he would go to see the Juju man. And they used to advertise in the back of the Loot magazine. We used to have a thing called the Loot magazine, where you could buy everything and anything. It was always offered and then wanted, a bit like the Dalton's Weekly. And in the back, it had these people in there, there was like Muhammad Bats and Juju and problems with neighbours, problems with court cases or infections and that. I cure it all. And mainly sort of black fellas, and he said there was one particular one, and he would make us invisible. And he said he went on an armed robbery, and he said the police come. He said we were bank rights, and he just walked straight past us. He said I've had a gun put in my head 3 times, bang, 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 nothing went off, And he said but you are opening yourself up to demonic possession. It's very real. A lot of the up and coming, very serious Nigerian gangsters, that we get over here because it's ex-colonial, he said heavily involved in it. And then they're influencing the other young gangsters are still getting involved with it, which is very funny because if you watch that program about the corridos that, in Mexico, what do they go to? They go to Santa Muerte, Jesus Malverde, which is, the green Jesus, what is it? And they pray to all these the demonic entities for protection.
With the torso then, specifically what religion or belief was behind that murder? Do they know, or was it just an investigation?
Well, I think it was because they did go out to Nigeria, didn't they? Because they did a DNA trace and found it from this Ariba region of northern Nigeria, which is because when you get Nigeria, it's neighbouring country, the borders blend, they're a bit open, and it was with Benin, and Benin is 70% voodoo. I mean, even now, 70% voodoo.
What was the conclusion of the police as to why the kid was chopped up?
I don't know. I really don't know.
And did they catch anybody for it?
I don't think they did. The problem with water, it destroys DNA. I mean, that clearly was a murder because he had no head. But, they pull out 50 bodies a year from the River Thames.
Do they?
Between, I think Twickenham, and I think down to the QE Bridge. 50, one a week comes out.
What's with those bodies then? Are they mostly suicides?
Well, they don't know.
They don't even know.
I mean, how they used to gauge it was if anyone jumped off a bridge in central London, it was a cry for help because help was going to come, right? But if someone was like further downstream from Wandsworth Bridge out towards Richmond, it was suicide. It was suicide. But central London, you go in the river there, because of all the old foundations and everything else, and the river's so constricted, and it's one of the biggest tidal rivers in the world. Its tidal range is nearly 8 meters. So you've got 8 meters rushing in, and when it rushes out, it goes out faster because you've got the current, the tide going out with the actual flow of water, and it would drag you under.
So there's a lot of bodies that get just dragged out and they're never even discovered.
Well, what will happen is that if they've been sexually assaulted, the DNA is going to die. You're not going to find semen or anything else like that on a body. It's not going to happen. They're going to get hit by boats. The propeller's going to rip them up. They float twice. They instantly float, and then they sink, and then they could be down there months. So if a body goes in now, right, the water's dense now, right, it's 4 degrees, it's densest. So the body will float initially, and then it will sink within a day or so. It will go down. It could stay down there till April, right? It's going to blow out. The white skin pigments and goes black. So you think it's a black corpse. It's actually a white person. Black people go white. Yeah, the skin goes white. The body fills up with gas. It pops. It explodes. They get eaten by eels. There's a lot of shrimp, little tiny shrimps in there. Eels do a lot of damage, and the propellers do. And of course they're being bashed around all the time, tossed around in the water. So when they've got
to be forensically examined when they're extracted.
Yeah. They had one fellow, and he was an expert because there's so many bodies. That one of the only things was that there was quite a disproportionate amount of sex offenders would end up. Now, you can argue, is that suicide? Or I think the only time when it wasn't suicide is when the bloke had his hands behind his back and a trolley jack tied around his head, and that was deemed not suicide.
Did you have to view corpses of that nature?
Well, not only did I have to view them, I'd have to pull them out. I pulled
You
one.
had to pull them out?
Yeah. I'll tell you what happened once, Shaun. There was a body come up because I had to learn to drive the boats because I ended up doing the stuff with the sex offenders on the canal. So
yeah, we talked about that in podcast 1, didn't we?
So the training was brilliant. I got a lot of ferryman's license, and a body had come up in central London by Embankment Pier. So you've got like the Waterloo side and then the embankment on the other side, and there was a lot of tourists going up and down in the boats, and the body had cropped up in the middle, and they've got a lot of like these big barges that are tied up that they use for rubbish, and the body was between them, and went past and managed to pull it in with a long pole with a hook on it, pulled the body in, and the pleasure boat was coming past, all kids on it, right? Jesus. And they sort of slowed down, all kids were looking, and there's this floated corpse, and the fellows went, bring it in, pull it in quick, and they had like this cradle would go down, he went, pull it in. So I got hold of its arm, pulled it, and the arm come off. The actual arm come off, and the body floated off. So all these kids are standing there, and I'm holding this bloke's arm, and he's gone off down the Thames. Yeah, they were looking out, screaming. Yeah, his arm ripped off. Another one pulled him out, and he started moving, and it was an eel was in his stomach, and it was like something out of what's that film, The Thing or whatever, Alien. There's an eel in there.
When it first started moving, before you knew it was an eel, what was going through your head?
Just thinking, we couldn't make it out because the bloke was clearly dead. His eyes were like, and then there was like a cut, and then this eel come out. I mean, it was just incredible, but they always and they stink, and it's just a smell that you never get out. And this is what gets me about Satanists when, they have sex with dead bodies and things like that, and you think, I've been on autopsies. I've been there when they, I had to be an exhibits officer. So if there was a suspicious death, I'd go along and collect the body samples for the laboratory and things like that. And the moment they cut open the abdominal cavity, this smell, I mean, you never get used to it, but I would just be sick. And it's wretched. It's horrible.
We interviewed Christopher Berry D about serial killers. He's interviewed a lot of them himself. And he said, Bundy would go back and have sex with the corpses and eat pieces of the corpses.
Yeah, and Bundy whilst it was going through his body, would maintain an erection while it was digesting.
What?
Yeah, and I think it was Bundy. Did they electrocute Bundy?
Yeah.
I think he had needles.
Burn, Bundy, burn.
The people turned all their lights off, didn't they, to give him more juice? I think that it shorted out something because he had so many needles pushed into his testicles.
Oh.
A very, very twisted man, yeah. And there was one case where a guy had killed a teacher. I think she was a music teacher, and he kept her corpse at the big yellow storage on the A13 going out of London. And he was regularly seen on CCTV going in when they got the CCTV footage. And the body was found there. He was paying regular visits, and then when they tuned it in, he was getting the body out and having sex with his body up to 6 weeks. I mean, the smell must have been absolutely repugnant. But I mean, what are you dealing with? You're dealing with a mind that deems that normal and deems that sexy.
Wasn't there a Vincent Price movie about that? Dr. Phibes, was it?
Oh, well, probably.
I think so, yeah.
Probably. I mean, Savile was classed as a necrophiliac. You know, that come out that he was going in the mortuary and having sex. So, and these people had access to our children. You know, if people knew that Savile was doing that, who was also then allowing him access to children and not speaking out and saying, no, actually, if he wants to have sex with a corpse, but don't let him near any kids. I mean, you would say, hang on, there's a line, but
the Bloods and the Royals.
Well, exactly.
Had the control strings over Savile.
It just shows how deep it goes, and now I don't think you will ever know. You will never know the sheer extent of all this. But what is highlighted is the fact that, you know, in the criminal world, when they're saying that they're using these demons now for protection, so this takes it to another level. So it's no longer the white upper classes that are doing this. We are now dealing with lower class, working class criminals, which are also tuning in, which is what is happening with these Mexican gangsters are doing exactly the same thing. Tuning into this demonic protection because it gives them protection, keeps them alive, keeps them strong, and everything else. I mean,
Escobar's hitmen, they all prayed to the patron saint of the hitmen, and they had that weird satanic Colombian flavor of whatever it was they were worshipping. But yeah, it's big because they're very superstitious, and they make it be a clean hit, make me get away with this, make me get enough money so I can give some money to my mom and things like that.
Yeah, and I think once you start tuning into it, and the more bad you do, the more bad you become, you know, and the violence becomes normal. And of course, it's not honourable anymore. But what have you spiritually opened yourself up to? A lot of badness, and it's going to take a long time to come out, you know.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, and it's only when you start talking to the people like I've done for many years now, they realise that, you know, they had to turn their whole lives around and realise in themselves they were absolutely racked with demons.
Yeah,
totally and utterly racked with them. This is reality. This isn't fiction or anything like it. This is reality, and it's consistent. And that is the one thing you're seeing consistent. It's going across cultures and social and economic divides. It's absolutely rife, you know. But yeah, so for the time being, you know, that's on hold. But I was at one point, I was really on board to putting out a lot of videos, you know, on this sort of stuff. But again, a lot of disruption would occur as well. But again, there wouldn't just be this concerted disruption like we discussed. There would also be this spiritual disruption that they would be putting out, you know, and they would deliberately be doing it.
So someone wrote in, "Hey Shaun, you may know this, but you could be undergoing some serious demonic attack.
Yeah.
This
100%.
happens when you are seen as a threat, and thus that is when the oppression starts. You have been doing great work. Blah, blah, blah. Don't give up. Just know the enemy." And it's almost I felt in the last year when all the attacks just multiplied and multiplied, and it was pulling my energy from content creation to dealing with it, that it was demonic.
It is demonic.
And I discussed it with some people, and it was like we needed to clear the energy somehow. Some of my friends were like,
"Pray,
get a hold of John Wedger and
pray.
get an exorcism off John Wedger."
Yeah.
That's what they were
Pray.
saying.
Pray. Well, what I do, I mean, before I did my walk,
Yeah,
I felt all throughout that walk that I've been stabbed in the stomach. before I went for a walk, took the dog out, and I went with Dylan, and there was floral wreaths laid outside the back of my house, and there was an altar made out of acorns with all things stuck in it, you know. And it was like a little satanic, like a pagan sort of thing. And all through it, I felt that I was stabbed in the stomach. And I just pray through it. Now, what I do sometimes, I sit and I'll call up Chris Lambriano, because he's a very committed Christian, and we pray together. We pray together, you know. And Wilfred, he always makes sure that we pray before anything goes on. We pray and pray and pray, because they are doing the same. This is real, you know. And Jesus has warned us about this. It's there, and it is a matter. But if you stay in the light, they can. I thought that when I started doing this sort of stuff with the child abusers and the satanic, that when I come up against people heavily involved in Satanism, I thought that I would be facing raging bulls, grizzly bears, great white sharks. I wasn't. I was facing little mosquitoes, right? Little ants that bite you, wasps that sting you, you know. And this is what it is. It annoyances, and
but they swarm, don't they?
Swarm,
and
drain you, and you know they are the stone in your shoe, the crumb in your bed sheet. You know, they are the ant that's gone down your shirt, and this is what they are. And then I thought it would be an honourable enemy, but it's not. It's a vexatious, vicious enemy. They're tell teacher, that sort of thing. Always belly aching to someone else. Always trying to undermine you, calling someone else up, and this is what they do all the time. They're non-stop.
Because I've looked at some of my videos from the thick of the attacks, and I look a bit disorientated and depressed and just not myself.
Yeah.
I can feel my strength coming back now with the strength of a wild man looking out for me. But it drags you down for a period of time.
Oh, it does,
doesn't
yeah.
it?
Yeah,
until you emerge from the darkness.
And this person who's written in is bang on, because I've had people ring up and they've said, John, we know you're being attacked. This guy that's talking with me at the moment, you know, he works with deliverance, taking demons out of people, with a pastor. And he said, we can see the attack. We can see the attacks on you, John. You know, you must close down now. Start shutting doors and stay in prayer. You know, I mean, I do this because God wants me to do it. You know, I said this on many things. I feel driven by it. I believe in Jesus, but the devil will hate me for what I'm doing. Doesn't want it.
One of my podcast guests, and I won't say her name, she asked me to ask you if you do or you know anyone who could do an exorcism on her.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Very much so.
I'll convey that information then.
Very much so.
Yeah. Do you have anything else to say on that, or do you want to get on to the next subject?
No, I mean, that's it's. I mean, I could talk for hours on that. You know, on this.
Yeah.
It's a deeper, dark subject, and you know, and it'll be a podcast in its own right. But no, I'm happy to move on now.
So the next subject then was IICSA and Catholic Church. Catholic Church cover-ups.
Yeah, well, IICSA is an acronym for the Independent Inquiry into Child Sexual Abuse, and it started about 8 years ago or so, and it was the government saying, right, we've got to do something about this, or proclaiming they were going to do something about it. It's been wrecked with controversy, and it was all to do with all the care home cover-ups, police cover-ups, and in order for them to go forward, they need core participants, which are witnesses, survivors, and everything else. We're on the fourth chair now. So the first one was linked to Leon Britton. And of course, Leon Britton was mentioned in there. I think the next one was also linked to Leon Britton, was his sister-in-law or something, which wasn't good. And again, we mentioned about Leon Britton, and the last one we did, you know, how his Home Secretary and many accusations about that bloke and the cover-ups that went on. One was an New Zealand chair. She left, claiming that the British intelligence service will never let the truth come out, which I would like to go on about, actually, to be honest, because that has been proven. And they've now got the former head of social services as a chair, Alexis J. And so under that, I was asked to give evidence, myself and Maggie Oliver, to give evidence. And what happened was the government blocked us from giving evidence, right? We fought, and they said, well, they can give evidence, but statement form only, not in person. So they didn't want either Maggie or myself being cross-examined. However, we did get our evidence out there, and my evidence was well received. And when you look at the inquiry on the whole, we had the fact that Special Branch were exposed for funding PI, which is a paedophile information exchange.
We've done a lot of work on that with Sonia.
Yeah, so Special Branch was shown as funding it. So the Metropolitan Police's intelligence service were funding.
And what was the motive?
Well, they said that they could monitor them if they did that. It's just mad, you know. There was that. I mean, what's just come out with the head of the Catholic Church, Cardinal Vincent Nichols. Cardinal Vincent Nichols, I had a lot of correspondence with him because I said, as the spiritual leader for the Catholics, what are you going to do? And basically, he turned around and told me to sod off. And then a lot of Catholics wrote to him and said, John Wedger's got a point. So he said, okay, come and see me. So I then went to see him, and I went with my friend Tracy. Big respect to Tracy. So they wouldn't let Tracy in. So Tracy weren't allowed into Westminster Cathedral. And then Vincent Nichols said that he wasn't about, he was elsewhere. So he was deputised to a bishop called Paul McAleen. So, but as Paul McAleen came in to meet me, Vincent Nichols walked past, you know, so you can make it up. I walked out of the meeting because the bishop for Westminster and the London area turned around and started blaming the victims of Ted Heath and saying what a horrific reputation, you know, damage to a good man's reputation. And basically there was this cognitive dissonance. Now, what's happened since the inquiry is that he's been berated, Paul McAleen, but also Cardinal Vincent Nichols, they've attacked him, and rightly so, because he's put the reputation of the church before the victims' needs and the cover-up. So the Catholic Church have been seen as being covering it up and then deliberately, you know, rubbishing the victims. So absolutely appalling what's gone on, you know. And I've spoke to many, many victims and survivors of not just the Catholic Church, but also the Protestant, you know, the Anglican Church. There's, I don't know if you're in touch with them. There's a brave couple of twins called the Blair brothers. They'd be great to get on your show, to be honest. And they're victims and survivors. Bobby and Joey Blair. They're real stalwart campaigners. They're very good friends of mine, and they were in a care home in Northern Ireland, and they were pimped out by the priest. It was appalling what they went through, and then made to have sex with each other and things like that, whilst the priest would sit around masturbating, and you know, and to get justice, these boys are priceless. To get justice, the police wouldn't listen to their gripes. They wouldn't report their crime, right? So they went into a police station in West Midlands, both of them. They poured themselves with petrol and they pulled a lighter out, right, and said, unless you take our crime report, we're going to burn, right? And one of them turned around and said, next thing, the police, he sees a red dot and the police have got a taser on him. And he went, well, pull the trigger because we'll burn if you pull the trigger. You know, you'll ignite us, we'll carry on. And in the end, he said, we just want to, and that's what they had to do. It got in the Sun newspaper. That's what they had to do to get their complaint registered, because the police kept pushing them off. So again, when we were talking earlier on about how does a cover-up goes, well, it goes right to the top, my friend. You know, and so there is so much in that in its own right, what's gone on in the Catholic Church, and you know, this cognitive dissonance, and we've seen it. But I was, when I first started this, I was called to a whistleblowers forum in Parliament, a committee room, and this is very interesting because they brought all the heads of faith in, right, on this panel, and they were to address what their faith is doing. And of course, there was the Catholics there, and you know, they were like saying, well, you know, the Papal Father is doing this and doing that, and there's acknowledged it. And out of ICSA, the Pope has spoken out and has said, yes, we've massively screwed up, and you know, we have allowed paedophiles to infiltrate and carry on with impunity and all that. So this guy from the Catholic Church says his bit, and the Anglican Church, they're missing their representative, priest, bishop, whatever they wanted to send. But what had happened is they'd sent a solicitor, right? And it was a bit odd. Anyway, there was the Hindu chap there, and he said, "This is what we're doing. Hinduism in London, we've got these safeguarding." And then I think there was someone from a synagogue, Jewish guy, and who bizarrely claimed that he hadn't heard of any allegations regarding his faith, which seemed a bit odd. And then there was an imam. And I'd given a speech like about an hour before about the truth and everything else. So this imam stands up and he said, I listened to the former police officer, John, what he said. He said, "John, it's about the truth. And it's about speaking the truth, isn't it?" And I said, "Yes, it is." And it's in a packed room in Parliament. And the next thing, this solicitor stands up who represented the Anglican Church and said, "I suggest that you refrain from what you're going to say, and that you realise what a litigious state that you could be." And it was all this sort of thinking, well, that's a bit odd. And he went, "I will not be silenced." And I said, "I'll tell you why. Because Father so and so made me suck his cock." It was an imam saying this, and he looked at me and he went, "The truth's the truth, right?" And I went, "Yeah, the truth's the truth." And he went, "I went to so and so's boys' school, and this bloke, boom, 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 boom," and he shouted it out, right? Anyway, it turned out that this priest had something to do with a police force. He was a chaplain for a police force, and the solicitor was his brother, right? The next thing, the imam rings me up, and he said, "I've just been bailed. I've been arrested." I went, "Why?" He said, "Contempt. They've arrested me." So they've arrested him, a bit like what we've seen with what's happened to Janette and all that. All he did was speak the truth. He was sexually abused by the bloke who's now quite high up in the Anglican Church, and they expected the imam to give a speech about safeguarding. What a geezer, what a geezer. And he said, "What do I do?" I said, "Well, you go to court. You go to court." He went, "But if they find me guilty, I'll have a black mark against my name because I'll have a conviction and I won't be able to work, I said, "Don't worry." I said, "I'll help you where I can. I'll help you where I can." Anyway, he went to court. I said, "Just go to court. You must go to court." So he went to court, and it was in East London, and they turned up, they opened the case, and the Metropolitan Police withdrew their case, withdrew everything. Lo and behold, withdrew everything. And see, this is you could not make it up, how dirty it comes. But who sanctioned his arrest in the first place? And that's what you've got to look at. Who sanctions these things? And they're the ones you go for. But it shows they haven't got the balls to see it through when you speak out. That's one of the things where these podcasts are so important. They probably save lives to a degree. They probably do. Because if you was loose lips and everything else, you could be taken out, no one know. But when you give a testimony, it might not negate people from other problems later down the line. But I genuinely believe that people's lives have been saved because of podcasts like this, like many others, like some of the ones I've done. They've definitely saved lives, and they've brought awareness beyond awareness. But the ICSA thing, it's coming with mixed reviews, but the one way I say it, look, any way of speaking out is a way of speaking out. And when change is brought about, it's a slow change, and it has to go through the legal procedures, and they are changing now, and they are listening to people like me. So for once, I felt very honoured because I was listened to. For the first time, I was officially listened to, and it was recognised, and it was documented, on a national governmental level, and on national media as well. So it was a good thing.
Brilliant.
I think.
So during your interactions with the church, then you learned that Cardinal Cormac O'Connor was on the Reigns list.
Yeah. Right. So we've got the head of the Catholic Church now, which is Vincent Nichols, Cardinal Vincent Nichols. But before that was a bloke called Cardinal Murphy McCormack, right? Now I don't know much about this guy. All I do know that his name, he's dead now. His name is on the Reigns list as being an active Satanist. So the head of the Catholic Church for the United Kingdom and overseas territories is an active, or was an active Satanist, according to Joan Coleman's Reigns list. Okay? So having, checked out the Reigns list, I mean, I stand by its validity. I don't know. I mean, I'm going to sit on the fence legally here with this one because I don't want the Catholic Church suing me, but they never contested it. They never made any statement against it. And this was one of the things I was doing was with my campaign, not only with this senior police officer who's named on there, who was in charge of the clubs and vice unit, which I was working on, is named on there. There was also the head of the Catholic Church. So I said to people that this needs to be written in there. And if we look at, I think is it George Carey or Lord? I think it's Lord George Carey now. Who's a former Archbishop of Canterbury anyway. Who's now a Lord, House of Lords. He stood up for a bloke called Peter Ball, Bishop Peter Ball. Bishop Peter Ball is a child abuser, a convicted child abuser, and he was protected by Prince Charles for many years, you know, and he's a vile individual, Bishop Peter Ball, and I think it's George Carey protected him and prevented a prosecution against him, which would have saved at least one individual, because he went on then to abuse one young lad who then took his own life as a result. You know, so what I was doing was a campaign saying we need to write to House of Lords to question this bloke's validity and his reason for standing, you know, as a peer. He should not be, unless he fully explains himself. He was, however, brought in by ICSA and cross-examined over Peter Ball as well. So that they do get their way. But the problem is when you put your questions, that's why they didn't want Maggie and myself giving live evidence, because they can't control us. There'd be a mic on us, a TV camera, Sky News would be there, and that'd be going all around the world. So I could say what the hell I wanted. So it was a wise move on their behalf as protectorates of the perverts to have us as statement-only submissions, you know, and every question that my team had to put across to the government, everything else had to be filtered, okay, double filtered, then okayed again. And then, so it was an arduous process, and it was full of constant arguing, legal arguing all the time. But God bless my barrister, you know, did a phenomenal job in, you know, in getting it out there. So it might not be seen for the victim and survivors. They might see it as a load of old crap and poppycock and everything else. But it was, I'm telling you now, it was a good step forward, a massive step forward. But yeah, again, this guy, you couldn't make it up. You've got the head of the Catholic Church has been named on an official document as being an active Satanist. He's dead now. I can't account for Vincent Nichols. All I can say about Vincent Nichols is his reluctance to help me, reluctance to help victims and survivors of abuse, and he was criticised, heavily criticised by the national media and the ICSA inquiry for how he would denigrating victims and protecting the reputation of the Catholic Church. So a lot of question marks around them.
So when we communicated this morning, you said you wanted to speak about ex-gangsters and the occult.
Well, yeah, that goes back to what I was saying with the fellow that I'm dealing with at the moment, how heavily involved he was saying that as an armed robber, he was involved with witchcraft and the Juju, the Mahamrabats, and these are witch doctors, which were putting on protective demonic shields. So he would be safe in his mission. He would have the aggression and the anger, and no one would touch him. And what he was saying to me is very, very rife, very rife. So you've got, you know, the Juju from the West African and the voodoo stuff, you know. The Juju are the witch doctors. The Jamaicans have got the opia, which is a derivative of voodoo, a bit like Santeria, you know. And it's very active with their criminals as well, you know. And he was just, it's an ongoing thing at the moment. But yeah, I sort of covered that a bit earlier, how he would be absolutely invisible. He said, I'd be totally invisible. I would just, the police couldn't see me. And he said it involved me having a reign of terror for a very long time.
So, cops and racism. And we had the guy in America who got, what was the guy's name who got choked out?
Oh, yeah. They knelt on him.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a convicted drug dealer, wasn't he? And there's a lot of strange stuff going around there. But I mean, anyway, he died, and that's tragic enough. They call it positional asphyxia as well. A lot of people would die when people were on them. I used to call it the Met Police freefall team, because everyone would be like diving on top of some. I've even been in situations where someone's had 10 people on them, just stood up like nothing's happened and just thrown them off. But cops and racism, right? It's a bit rich me talking about racism. I mean, the only thing I've ever been called is a gyppo. They thought I was a gypsy. So
who called you that? Not the trolls.
Everyone, they all call me. They used to put pictures up if I was to move. And they put a picture of a caravan. Wedger's on the move, any scrap metal. And I was asked if I wanted to, by a senior officer, if I wanted to take it further. I was like, no, But they just thought I was a gypsy. I was always poor and on the cadge for something. So they just, anyway. But, I'm writing a book now. I'm well on way now to getting a good chunk of it completed. And I've been talking to colleagues about racism, because it's one thing that's very on vogue when you talk about the police racism. And, I said to them, have you ever experienced racism or seen racism? And the answer tends to be no. And homophobia. And what seems to be consistent was, and one guy, he'd always worked in Southeast London, a lot of black officers, a lot of gay officers, and we had a lot of lesbians when I was on the team, with a lot. And I was on a team of 6, and we had 2 black geezers, and a gay bloke. That's right. And so when you come to that thing, when people get ostracised in the police is where they're snidey and they don't have a go. Street policing, you've got to get stuck in, especially if you're in a dangerous area. You get judged by whether you get stuck in or not, and that is in a fight. And that's it, because if someone stands by while you're getting stamped over, they ain't good enough. So they didn't care if you was gay, lesbian, black, Asian, whatever. They didn't care. I'm talking on a low down level. Higher up, yes, there is racism. Yes, without a doubt, yes. I'm not black, so I wouldn't have experienced it. And when you talk about racism is mainly aimed at the black officers. My mate, I won't name him because he's still serving, but he Jamaican, and he used to when he joined in sort of the early 80s, he said it was rife, which it would have been, because when I joined, officers joined in the 60s and the 70s, and yes, back then it would have been, heavily, yeah, but everywhere else would have been, to be honest, So where I saw racism was before joining the police at work. And then subsequently, after joining the police, I went back to building sites. I ended up working as a labourer and a block layer on building sites. And it was absolutely like going back in time. The banter, it was, honestly, because it was all white geezers. It was all like old school banter, but it was proper racist. And I thought, there's no way you'd have got away with that in the police. You'd have been sacked. You'd have been in prison. So, no, I'd say no. If you work certain areas, you're going to get a bit of a disliking for certain cultures. So if you work Southall, some of the Sikh boys would end up getting on your nerves because they would be in your face and they would be the boys on the street in Southall. And if you work Peckham, it would be the young black lads would be the more prominent in your face. But if you talk to officers who work in Hertfordshire, their problem is Irish travellers. And they'll say, our biggest problem is Irish travellers. And that's how it goes. So it depends, where, and one of them, he said to me, he worked Golders Green, and he didn't like the Jewish community because they were rude. He said they were just always rude. So that's how it was. So it was mainly the demographics of where you worked and what you dealt with, But like I said to someone, that the people I saw get picked on the most were ginger haired people. They actually got picked on and openly, berated and whatever more than anyone else because they were fair game, But so it's an interesting topic to go on. That I'm not a black officer, I'm not an Asian officer, and I would be, and it would be a different story. But I would say on higher up, I know one guy, he was passed over for promotion because he was Catholic. Because the Metropolitan Police had never ever promoted a Northern Ireland Catholic above the rank of superintendent. So you've got sectarianism. And if you was to go in policing in Scotland, you go to Strathclyde as it was a predominantly Protestant police force, as is Northern Ireland, 90% Protestant, absolutely horrifically sectarian. Now, if you mention sectarianism down there, they're like, well, what are you on about? It basically isn't there. But you go up there, it's a massive issue, a real issue. And, and it's life or death up there. People actually do get a good kick in. And I would have thought Merseyside would probably be predominantly Catholic police force. So you're going to get it wherever you are. But I just think it's an important thing, because whenever people think that police are racist, it's this white officers against the black officers. And I never, ever saw that. And not only that, the black officers I worked with were tough, you know, and if anyone would have said anything to them on their level, not on our, they would have just smashed them anyway, you know.
So I lived in America for 16, 17 years, very multicultural. Had friends who were black, Mexican, Korean, on and on and on. And all those people would make jokes about other races, racist jokes. Do you think then that racism, everyone has got a degree of it in them, whether they show it or not, and perhaps racism and nationalism, there's some kind of psychological explanation about protection of the hive?
Of course. You know, and it used to be with jokes. We'd make jokes about the Irish. The Irish would make jokes about the Kerrymen, you know, and if you go to Poland, they make jokes about the Lithuanians. And so
the Koreans in Arizona making jokes about the Mexicans. And
it was really funny, because you're going about New York. I had to go there with the Met Police to New York, and I turned up and I went to Midtown Station. I had to meet someone, a copper there, you know, and they were very old fashioned, and they had a desk sergeant, where we got rid of them like a decade ago, maybe 2 decades ago in the UK, and he's there with his stripes, and he's got the Irish tricolour badge. And I think, okay. And he said, explained who I was, where I come from. And I was with a colleague. And he said, well, where are you from, son? I thought, I've just told him, I'm from the Metropolitan Police, and I've come to see Detective so-and-so. And he went, no, you don't understand. What's your heritage? I went, well, I'm British. He went, you don't look British, you know, because it was a summer and I was tanned, you know, and I said my father was, you know, from Sicily and that. And he said, you don't look. I said, well, I am. He went, no, son. He said, your real heritage, your real heritage. I went, oh, and I sort of got it, and I went, oh, no, my dad's from Sicily. And he went, you were. And I went, no, he said, you're. That's right. He said, you.
Timestamp these. We might have to YouTube policy.
Yeah. But I mean, it means without passport.
Yeah,
right?
But
you know.
there's policies.
Anyway.
Problematic.
So I said, I suppose so. He said, you don't talk to me. He said, you need my colleague. So he whistles over, and this bloke there, another copper there, and he's a little guy about my height, my colour skin, grey hair, scruffy. He goes, Vincenzo, there's some, I'll just say it, some spick bobby from London to see you. And he walks over and he comes up to me and he prods me. He goes, what's your name, son? I went, John. And he went, hey, Johnny. And I thought, so I prodded him back, went, hey, Vinny, really English. And next thing, he gets me in a headlock and he starts going, hey, Johnny. And he throws me on the floor, starts tickling me. And then I get up, he goes, don't talk to that Mick, come with me. And then smacks me on the arse. And I said to him, Vinny, what's that about? And he went, come and see our locker room. He said, us Italians, we'll never, ever work with the Irish. He said, we work with the Polish and the South Americans and Mexicans are okay, but we never work with the Irish. And they had segregation in their locker room. So the Irish had their locker bit, then the Polish officers, and then the Italians had theirs, right? But what was odd about it was that there was, like, on the Irish lockers, there's like a little bit of black marker pen. I said, what's that for, Vinny? He went, the integrity guy comes, right? And I said, okay. And if someone put something racist about the Irish, you know, he'll come and paint it off, right, with a bit black. So the Irish lockers had a little bit black on them, right? Polish had none. And you go to the Italian section, they just sprayed them all black. And then what happened? He said he got fed up of it. He said, because someone put, Vinny's mum loves elephant dick, or this, that, and typical Italian banter, you know? Then, so they would just, so in there, and they just sprayed them all black. And once a month, they'd just spray them black again. But it was really weird, the segregation. And he said, you get that in England? I went, no, not at all. Really heavily entrenched in the American culture, where we don't get that here. We don't get that. I mean, we're so mixed in this country. I mean, especially with the East Europeans now, you know, we had the Lithuanians, we had the Polish, and we've got the Romanians now. But no one really gives us house today. The only thing is they cook better food than our women, and they like to have a drink. So everyone seems to get on. But yeah, no, I think there is always that something. There's always someone you've got to hate. But I don't know. I think we're quite a tolerant bunch compared to the rest of the world.
All right, going over to the questions then. Who was the most famous British entertainer or sports person John knew of who was a paedophile? Probably is Jimmy Savile the most famous entertainer?
Yeah, it'd have to be Jimmy Savile. I mean, there's one I can't name, and what you've got to understand is that these are people that, if I said it, they never got convicted. Now, there's a world of difference between proof and truth. A world of difference, right? With investigators, you will deal with the suspects and the victims. We have the highest burden of proof in the world, beyond all reasonable doubt. It's incredibly difficult. And for a historic child abuse case to get through to conviction from start to finish is a 2% success rate. It just because there is no evidence, right? But certain names would always crop up, always. The name that always cropped up, and it angers me even to think of how this person got away with, was Leon Britton. Always cropped up, and that came from so many sources. And the paedophile unit were the ones, when I was doing stuff with them, they said he was like boom. There was a case in Buckinghamshire where a young boy was abducted and abused over a weekend period. 2 people were convicted. A third person got away, and this kid always said it was the third one, the actor. He was the one who did it. And this actor is so famous on comedy, on sitcom, right? This case is in the paper, right? And but what I'm going to say is, I could say his name, but what I'm going to say about him would denigrate that, and put me in a world of trouble. Because he was the one that was abusing the kid, and my mate investigator said that kid weren't lying, it was him. And I heard it from someone else, again from another source, this one actor, and he's so well known. The comedy, people love him. They love him. They dress up like him, and their mannerisms like him, say his sayings and all that. And he's, and again, there was, a famous singer, and I've heard that from quite a few coppers. This bloke was prolific and actually was worse than Jimmy Savile. So it's a difficult one. It was the politicians, yes, they would crop up. They would crop up on a lot of inquiries. And I know about them and get to know about them, and they did in certain stuff that I dealt with. There was another one when Operation Ore come out, and it was doing the downloaded images. There's a man that had a conviction from that, a caution from that, from having the images, and he's always on the telly now, him and his wife, saying that what good parents they are and everything else. And again, I can't say anything, so it's a difficult one. But posthumously, the dead can't sue, and Leon Britton was always mentioned, and from many sources that come from.
So this one ties into what you've just said. Does John think there are more Jimmy Savile types working in the media today, and to the same degree?
Yeah, I mean, worse.
Worse.
Jimmy Savile was unique in as much as I heard many years ago someone say about he's a gangster, he's a tough man, and he apparently was a wrestler, and he was a hard man, and he was meant to be a ruthless man. And I heard that a long time ago.
He had someone kidnapped in a basement, didn't he, according to his Louis Theroux interview?
Yeah, and it's quite interesting. And it ties in with what this guy said to me. He said he was a hard man, and I heard he was a nonce as well, But he was a fixer, so he was sorting everything out. And I think his attitude and his ego, he just did it to such a degree. I mean, incredible at the level. But there's many others working, that they're keeping their heads down, and are probably carrying on and successful and will never be exposed. It's those you don't know about, the names you don't know are the dangerous ones, But there's many more, and it's rife. It is so rife.
Does John think they should arrest Prince Andrew and free Julian Assange?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, massively. Yeah, without doubt. Why is? I mean, the only person who's infallible is the Queen, his mum. Why was he not arrested? I mean, look, in our statute law, right, it says that you can be arrested for an offence overseas if it were an indictable offence in the UK. So you could go and kick someone in the balls in Thailand and be arrested for it over here, right? That stands, right? What he did in America needs investigating. You know, they should have been arrested.
And what he did on the island as well.
And so should have the McCanns have been arrested for child neglect. They should have been abandonment. They should have been arrested. Both of them and him, yeah, without a doubt. And Assange, Assange clearly ties in what we were saying earlier, that when you get to a level that they can't shut you up anymore, then they bang you up. You know?
So like we talked about, character assassination, physical assassination. So him, it's like they've just buried him.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised he's not been done in, to be honest, you know, but he'll go mad. You know?
Can see how he's aged and the effects it's taken on him physically.
It was mental health, isn't it? It's, you know, it's slowly. I mean, I'll tell you something. There was a guy I knew, and he was in prison with Abdul El-Megrahi, the Lockerbie bomber, right? And I think it was either in Barlinnie or Stockton. Now, I spent a lot of time in the Scottish prison system going up and interviewing various people. And for some reason, I always ended up in the Scottish system, quite a brutal system up there. And again, we're talking about racism. Barlinnie, that they hated the English. And this guy was saying, the English stay in their cells. They don't, he said, go for breakfast, they'll just get punched in the face. They go mad, the English in there, because they hated, absolutely hated, and they are game on for everyone, the English. So, I mean, imagine we did that to a certain race in our prison system, you'd end up being done. But there, it was like a given. So the English are like just hated in the prison system. But so I said to him, "How does El-Megrahi?" And he said, "Well, I sometimes I get to talk to him in the mosque, both Muslims." He said, "Then there's not many of us, you know, the prayer room or whatever they got in there." And he said, "He's a good man." He said he was doing for the British government what I do for you, give information. He said he was working for the government. And he said he knew too much. And he said, everyone here knows he never did that. Everyone knows he's innocent. That's why he doesn't get beaten up in here. And he said, that's why he's safe in here, because they all know and he said, he's a good man. He said, he's a really lovely man. But he said, everywhere he goes, he has 2 guards and you're not allowed to talk. But he said, we would end up talking, you know, in Arabic or whatever to each other. And he said, that's, you know, every now and then I'll get a moment with him. I'm allowed near him, you know, because of the Islam thing. But he said, you know, the others, he said, no one's allowed near him. So they go to all that level to silence him. Abdul El-Megrahi. So this guy was saying he is innocent, El-Megrahi. And you think, what a cover up. And I think they go so far, they've got to see it through. They've got to see it through. It's a bit like with what they did to me. They just did so much to try and shut me up. And in the end, it was like, it was a high-ranking officer. He just said enough. And he was good as gold to me. And he just said, you're out of here. You're getting pensioned off. You'll get no more trouble, because they don't want you talking, you know.
So Assange, everything he reported on was proven to be 100% true. So it seems like he sacrificed his life for the truth.
Yeah, I know. And what a price to pay. You know, what a price to pay. I mean, where is he? Still in? Have they extradited him now? Has he gone?
No, he's fighting it.
He's in Belmarsh, isn't he?
Yeah, we're trying to get an Assange lawyer into the podcast.
No, that'd be good.
Yeah, I really want to support.
But he
Julian.
will be well thought of in the prison system. I think a lot of people will know that he's, you know, he's not snide.
Yeah, yeah. Prince Charles has many dodgy pedo associations, including Jimmy Savile. Do you have any information on Prince Charles?
Yeah, loads, and I'm not going to talk about it. And that's it. I mean, I'm really sorry, but yeah, I mean, my word. Hopefully one day the truth will come out. Hopefully one day, but again, I can't honestly, because that'll be it. That'll be curtains for me. But let's put it this way. I have not one bit of good to say about that man. Not one bit of good. But alternatively, I've got a lot to say. But again, I can't. When the camera's off, chaps, I'll fill you in on that one.
How widespread does John think paedophilia has become in society? Does one person committing the act lead to multiple victims?
Well, of course.
Perhaps some of which commit the same crimes, leading to more and more victims overall in society.
Yeah, I mean, Kareem, this is quite an interesting sort of thing. The pyramid. Kareem gives a brilliant analogy on that. And she said, one very active paedophile will cause 2,000 victims in their life. The reoffending of a victim, the demographics of reoffending of a victim are 10%. So 10% of the victim community go on to reoffend.
Oh, I didn't know that.
10%, yeah. And again, it's higher in that society. Well, of course it's going to be, isn't it?
And their victims, another 10%, it just goes. Psh.
But not only that, let's look at not just the sexual aspect of reoffending. What about offending in general? When 80% of the lower category, younger prison population have come from abuse backgrounds. We're talking alcoholism, we're talking suicide. Pedophilia is a rot like no other. It's like gangrene. You'll never get rid of it. But what you can't do is ignore it. It needs exposing, like what I've been doing, like we've been doing these podcasts with people like Brave Darren and many others coming forward. It needs exposing, and in doing that, you're educating society, you're educating parents. We need to keep our families tight and close. We need to bring love back to the family. We need to value our children, because if we don't, they are prey for these monsters. And once they start doing this, kids, they are going to change something in that child forever. That's a massive question, that is so loaded. I could go on and bring on so much evidence, so many witnesses to that question. That's bang on, that is. But Karine has said that a study shows that one very active paedophile will cause 2,000 victims in their lifetime.
So I don't know whether the next one is a question or a statement, but I'll just read it and then get your thoughts. Hi, Shaun. I just wanted to know if these elite horror allegations is just going to roll on and get milked for all it's worth for decades, like the alien conspiracy, indefinitely, without any of us ever getting conclusive proof, and eventually fizzle out just like the alien stories, because it's quite frustrating being kept in suspense. And two, I think people will simply switch off and get bored by that at the same time as being called upon to pay attention, and then the alleged have won.
Yeah, no, I get where they're coming from.
I don't. What?
They're a bit of a dissenter. I think they're saying, a bit like when we're seeing people like Cliff Richard accused and then got off and all this. But let me tell that person who sent that in that whenever someone is abused, sexually abused, there's only two people present, unless it's an orgy, of course. That one who's being abused and the one who's getting it done to them. Right? The fundamental thing is you always lack evidence when it comes to child abuse allegations. Usually when people come forward, it's years later, after years of torment and self-abuse themselves, self-worth, loathing and all that, drug addiction and everything else. And all they want is some corroboration. Now, that's where good investigation comes in, and it is doable. I had an 80% success rate on a 2% parameter, so I did very good at it, and was commended, and rightly so, for it, because I enjoyed what I was doing. So you're never going to get that. But listen, if the same person is being accused time and time again, there's something in it, my friend. And this is one thing I say to people. If you've got a young family, right, a husband and a wife and a little kid, and they're going to go out for the night and they want a babysitter, so they say, well, who do we get? And they say, well, this person here is lovely, beautiful, never any problems with that person, really sweet, kind, the kid loves them and all that. However, there's that one, never been convicted, but there's a lot of rumours and allegations. I mean, are you going to send your kid there? Well, the answer is no. The same analogy, how are you ever going to know, right? You're never going to know. These celebrity allegations aren't malicious, right? I would say to anyone like that, just sit in on an investigation where you'll never be privy to it, and you see when the kid gives the AB interview, the paediatric examination, the evidence that the kid will give about the place and everything else, and then it's corroborated by another, by another. I mean, Janna is the one, Lord Janna. Victim after victim after victim after. You could go on and on and on and on. And one of his victims, a brave guy who stood up and kept himself alive just so he can speak out and inquire. He was harassed by Janna's son Daniel, and then by his daughter as well, trying to demonise and rubbish them. And because they can do that, because these are on the whole lower and working class people that are usually, some of them are literate, especially if they've been in the system, the care system and then the prison system. They might have weight issues for overeating because they're tormented, drink issues, drug issues, whatever. And then they're going to have convictions usually for dishonesty or for violence. And they're easy to trash and rubbish. But, this is coming from someone who's very ignorant to how this goes on. This is coming from someone who has no victim intervention. you know, and has no reality of what goes on in these things. So I get where they're coming from. But what I'm saying to it, the reason they're going on is because the police is not investigating it. They're refusing to investigate it. They're sidetracking it because higher up in the government, they don't want it coming out. And I'll tell you this, if the truth note, that person, if you ever knew what I and so many other child abuse investigations knew, you know, from our intelligence and from the work that we've done, I'll tell you what, you'd never watch a Hollywood film. You'd never watch a BBC comedy for a start. You wouldn't even turn the radio on. You know, and you take no interest in politics, you know, and that's the reality of this. And it's deep and it's dirty.
How come our corrupted government has been put on trial for treason when they, our politicians, are loyal only to their bank accounts?
Yeah, that's a bit of a freeman of the land thing, isn't it? You know, because I think going into Europe was classed as a treasonous act, wasn't it? By you know, if we're going down the common law route.
All right, let's move on.
Yeah.
Are we moving towards a society that accepts paedophilia as a sexual orientation? Because there has been some jurisdictions and places around the world where they're trying to lower it, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and it's just the LGBTQ, and now they want another one. And I'll tell you, I'll give you an example of that. That's a good question. There was a lady who was a former prostitute got in touch with me, and I was going to do an interview with her. But again, the health scenario stopped all that. But she was at a conference and she was giving a talk, and there was a politician there, and this politician had either a conviction or a caution for, I think, sexual assault on a child or something like that. Anyway, child porn or something like that. And when we look at, I think it's the Reform Act, where a politician can have convictions, that they can only be kicked out if they've served a prison sentence of greater than a year. And if they can, after 7 years, they can get that expunged. So, you know, they can basically do what they want and keep their job, which is wrong. It shouldn't be allowed. And she said there was this politician who had been something to do with criminality involving a child, right? A young boy. And she brought it up. She was a victim and survivor of abuse herself. She was a prostitute and then a madam of a brothel. And now she's an outreach worker, very streetwise, worldly wise, and outspoken individual. And she called this guy a nonce, right? Meaning paedophile, you know. And he then went into a meltdown, a little bit of and then demanded that she was removed. And he turned around and his answer was, "I'm not a paedophile, I'm a minor attracted person."
No.
They call him a MAP. And so he's and he was then seen as a victim. She got booted out, and then he went off sick and put in for some compensation or something. Because and he turned around, I can't remember his name now, and I've lost contact with her. But yeah, he's a minor, and this is in terms of a big public forum, a minor attracted person. So it's already underway. I mean, if we look at pornography, what is it doing to our youth?
That's how the teachers tell me the kids get their sex education off the phones.
Oh man, and of course, and what education are they getting? It gets more and more extreme. It's gang banging, you know. It's, you know, this multiple ejaculation and on faces and all. It's horrific, really. What it's desensitizing them, and again, how years ago you had to go to the top shelf, and you wouldn't be able to buy one anyway because you wouldn't buy one, you know. Now, where is the gatekeeping on it? You just go on it and that's it. Whatever you want, porn, and there is no attempt to diminish it or regulate it. No attempt whatsoever. It's absolutely horrific. So it's wrong. And the other thing I think they should ban is when people are videoing someone fighting and they're cheering while someone's getting their head stamped on. I watched one, a special needs boy, and there was 5 girls stamping on his head. Imagine that was your son, you know, and they were cheering, and it made me feel sick. And I just thought, well, what have we become as a society, you know?
Well, we're doing a series on this channel on the dark web and red rooms. Are you familiar with red rooms?
Was it a nightclub?
No, red rooms is where, like, they have a live broadcast of a kid, for example, in the Philippines.
Right.
And the people watching get to pay for levels of torture on the kid, and they can actually snuff the kid out.
Well, that will be the ultimate thing when it.
That's what they've got. They've got it now.
Yeah,
they've got it.
And you know, the thing is, the British government, even to this day, deny the existence of snuff films. They deny the existence of them. You know, and a lot of these kids, you know, when they're abused in these satanic things, it's filmed as well. It's filmed. I've heard of so many that it was filmed, and it's just the stories I could tell on that alone. That will come out in the book. I'm going to individual accounts that people have given me and what they've experienced, and it's all to do with the torture, the rape, and the murder of children.
Please, could you ask John about his views on the Samantha Baldwin and Victoria Haig cases and the hamster to cover up?
Yeah, of course I will. Samantha Baldwin is without.
We've had her on the channel.
She's brilliant.
Yeah, she's great.
The most honourable. She's got a book out, so please buy a book. The most honourable woman. I will stand by Samantha Baldwin 100%. That is a woman telling the truth. What she's gone through is appalling. What she continues to go through even to this day is just absolutely shocking. How this woman even functions. Her own mother has gone to prison for standing up for her and her grandchildren. And I feel all the time for Samantha. I just think she is a decent human being. Vicky Haig as well. I spoke to Vicky. Again, very similar circumstances, you know. And this is the secret family court covering it up. And the Hampstead thing, again, look what they've done with the Hampstead thing. They had to denigrate everything. It's quite strange because a copper come to me that had some dealings with the Hampstead thing, right? And he said, John, you know, I've been watching you for quite a while now, your stuff, you know. And he said, at first, he said, when them kids made them allegations, eating babies, and all that, he said, I thought, you know what? Like, he said, seriously, John, you was a copper. If someone said that to you, really, what would you do? And he said, now all the protesters were all sort of like lefty lot, and they got on our nerves. So you can sort of see where he was coming from to agree. But he said, having watched your stuff now and listened to it and many others now, I don't think them kids were lying, John. And I said, well, I'm telling you now, the kids weren't lying. They were not lying. My opinion, I'm not giving any opinion on the parents. The children were telling the truth. They gave a free-flowing narrative, a totally unbroken, free-flowing narrative. How that evidence was attained and put out was probably going to diminish the case because it's already been put out there, and therefore their first account will be trashed. But what was put out and what I saw of it and the way that the kids articulate, they were telling the truth. And it ties in very much with what we spoke about, you know, on many stuff anyway, you know. So, yeah, a big topic, the Hampstead thing.
I've heard many times now, including 2 cases on a personal level, of police not taking the computer or even looking at the computer of a person arrested for sex with a child.
Yeah.
Why is this not police standard practice in these cases?
Yeah, I know. And I was, funny enough, that's really bizarre because I was talking about this the other day. When Fred and Rose West were arrested, right? They had a dirty video club, right? And there was coppers involved in this club, right? And I no doubt it was snuff films as well. I mean, these were serial killers. They were probably killing to order as well. And they were making their own porno films.
Because she was having sex with some of the police, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was.
She's been prostituted to them.
There was 900 videotapes seized. Not one was watched. When Mark Dutroux was arrested, right, boxes and boxes of videotapes were seized and not. Now, when I used to take, I would take everything by the kitchen sink. And it would all go off. This is what I was saying about the Tommy Robinson thing earlier with his little girl in the swimming pool. Then blokes who had recording devices. It should have all been interrogated. Laptops, computers, phones, and also printers, because printers, there's a history on the printer and you can work out stuff from that. They should be turning their houses over. They should be doing everything. It's laziness and it's bad leadership. And what's happened is they have diminished the police to such a monumentally piss poor degree. They're now recruiting, but what are they recruiting? They're kids training kids. When I joined, you couldn't even drive a car till you had 5 years in. Now they're teaching them. I was taught by what they call old sweats. You know, I had some brilliant teachers, you know, and they knew it inside out and they knew the psychology of people as well. Now they haven't got any of that. They haven't got that tenacity and they've lost their tradecraft. So It is there. It's down to each individual officer who, if they fail to take their computer, well, why is the supervisor? If I was a detective sergeant, so what the effing hell, haven't you? Go back and get it. And I tell you what, that happened on the Baby P case. That was one of the officers failed to seize toys, and it said to me, this lad totally screwed up, and it went, go and get a warrant now and seize that. So I had to go to that house and get a warrant and go and boot their door in and seize a load of equipment. So it happens all the time. Right, listen, a lot of the time it's not corruption, it's laziness and incompetence. Most of the time.
Also, another question for John, this is from the same person. How can we ensure change happens and our children are protected?
Well, we got to want the change, you know. We got to stand up and demand the change. We got to make everyone accountable. These chief constables, whenever they let the side down, Manchester is now in GMP, Great Manchester Police, are now in special measures because they were embarrassed through the ICSA inquiry and through the grooming gang scandals, right? Now, we've got politicians, they do F all, right? We should be writing to our politicians. We should be making these chief constables serve us. They're there to serve us. The politicians are there to serve us. It's apathy on our behalf. The first thing I say on a personal note is, men, stop leaving your children. Stop getting girls pregnant outside of marriage and leaving your children, right? Stop it. Women, take an interest in your children, right? Lioness, protect your cubs on a personal level, all right? On a greater level, a bigger society level, or whatever you want to call it, start making these highly paid individuals earn their effing money, you know, and bring decency back.
I should have thought, though, lioness, protect your cubs.
Yeah.
What about these women who were offering the babies up to lost prophets? Singer Ian Watkins. What possesses someone to do that?
And you know, the strange thing is, one of his girlfriends, she said straight away, I knew he had an unnatural interest in young girls, right?
And didn't she end up getting investigated?
Yeah, she did. But prior to her, he'd been going out with, was it Holly Willoughby or one of them? Or was it one of these TV presenter girls? Well, where's her voice on this? We don't hear her. And she's like, it's either Holly Willoughby or Cotton. Who's the other one? Fern Cotton. Might be her, Fern Cotton. Or, I don't know, one of them. Anyway, it was one of them girls. We don't hear them speaking out about it, and they've locked away the files for 40 years. He got a 40-year sentence as well, so we never really know what he was up to and who he was linked with. But yeah, appalling. But you know, again, we look back at the satanic abuse. It's the mothers that were grooming the girls for a lot of it and procuring the kids for it. So,
John, you talk about satanic ritual abuse, but do you know the difference between Satanists and occultists?
Oh, it's a bit like Satanists and Luciferians. I mean, it depends, right, who you're asking. Now, if you ask a fundamental Christian, right, anyone who sort of stargazes is an occultist and therefore doing the work of the demonic, right?
I was in the bank once, and this little old lady heard me say that I did yoga.
Yeah, again, I was just going to say...
She was like...
I was just going to say...
Satanist! Satanist!
I was just going to say yoga. Yoga is another one that they turn around and say that the yoga opens the chakras, and there's a form of yoga which is deity worship and idolatry. And so, I mean, and then you go down the topic of demonology. So it's a big subject. I mean, you have to draw the line somewhere, right? I mean, I know people that think that Muslims who worship Allah are worshipping a demonic god. You know, I've had Christians say to me, I can't interact with Sikhs because Sikhs don't believe in Jesus. Therefore, it's, you know, I don't entertain that because, you know, if I was born in the foothills of Pakistan, right, there is no way I'll be a Catholic. You know, I would be a Muslim, you know, and the same if I was born in certain parts of India, I would be so, and of course on it goes, you know. But with Satanists, you know, these people intentionally are worshipping a very malevolent and negative, the ultimate malevolence deity, which is Satan. You know, there is no ignorance here, and there's no, do you know what I mean? They know what they're doing. Now, there might be someone who goes and buys a few crystals, and someone will call them a Satanist, and they'll, well, no, it's nice. I like holding them. I like this. It's not, you know, again, that's maybe lack of education or whatever it is, or a choice, but they're not deliberately and intentionally worshipping Satan.
So is the difference then someone who is worshipping Satan versus someone who is into esoteric practices?
Yeah, well, again, I mean, I have other people say there's no such thing as a white witch. I mean, I had white witches who contacted me and said, we're sending you protection. I had one woman, she was heavily involved in the satanic because her parents were Satanists, and she became a pagan, right? And she would give me some cracking information, right? Brilliant. And one day she said, oh, can I meet you? I've got a present for you. And I went, okay. So I went and met her, and she said, well, it's not a present as such, but what I've done is I've put a curse on all those who've hurt you. And I went, what? No, I don't want that. Please, no, I don't want. I said, if you want to do something, go into church and pray for me. I don't want you don't ever do that again. But she thought she was helping me. So, you know, I think if you're dealing with like Wilfred, there's a line in the sand, you know, and you don't cross that line, you know, very good, because any doorway is a doorway, you know. And sort of, again, what we discussed earlier about praying, you felt oppressed, spiritually oppressed, because you're bringing the truth out. The devil don't want the truth out. It wants to be, occult means hidden. It wants to remain hidden. Now, I don't believe in the occult because I want everything in the open. Let it out and let it breathe, you know? So it depends on what degree you're involved in it. I think those that are very heavily involved in it, and I may have been on the precipice of getting heavily involved in that as well. So I had to keep myself very much aligned to Jesus because I was up against such demonic malevolence. But sometimes my life isn't clean, you know, so am I opening the doors there? So it's a big topic. I mean, we're going into theology here, and we're going into demonology, and we're going into the real crux of Christianity as well. So it's a big topic. But what I say is, occult, be careful, because some things are veiled, very, very veiled, and you might not know really the real extent of what you're getting into until it's a bit late, you know.
Going back to what we do then, I think on my channel now, I've been exposing this kind of activity for about 2+ years, perhaps. Yeah. There's a quote from Nietzsche: if you stir too long into the abyss, you might fall in.
There's a mate of mine likes that saying.
Are we absorbing what we are combating? And it's getting inside of us.
You've got to be careful. You've got to be careful. And that's why I've had to step away. I mean, I'm now digging, I'm doing voluntary work, but I'm bricklaying, I'm block laying, and I'm converting a property for someone, all for voluntary, for free, you know, and all that, because I had to. Because I was staring into the abyss. And again, you know, we've got someone here there who always says that, and I think that's exactly what happens. You know, you live with these beasts for too long, and it can get under your skin, and you don't realise the effect, you know. But on the other hand, you can be a shining light. You know, there's a lot of people that need help. They need help, but the problem is, like a mate of mine who was in the Marines, he said, you go up to a drowning man, first thing you do is punch him, because he's going to claw you and bring you down. So you've got, boom, you know, align them and make sure you're in control. But otherwise, what happened with me? Everyone jumped on board. Bang, 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 bang. John. And in the end, your energy is drained. And you're going to be dealing with people with very negative energy, you know, and you're going to be dealing with people that have had heavy dealings, maybe with proper malevolence, and there may be a lot attached to them that's going to want to bring you down. Some people don't know they're doing it. I mean, there's one woman, I think she's a lovely woman, but she's so badly been abused and damaged ritualistically, all she does is lie. She just can't help it. It's just a lie after a lie. But her lies will turn people against people. But she doesn't mean bad, but that's her way of surviving, you know. But some will have this darkness attached to it.
And you think that when this person comes into your life, you hear the story and you want to help them, you think you've got the energy to fix all that.
No.
But somehow it drains you, and you end up not helping the situation.
I think, you know, give it to God, let him deal with it, because you can't, you know, it's and you, right, I'll tell you something in respect to that. There's a parable in the Bible of the man down the well, and I always say to people, don't be the man down the well. And what the man down the well is, a fella falls down this well. I don't know how, but he falls down it, and he calls out for help. A wealthy man walks by, and he thinks this man's in trouble, so he jumps down the well. And the fella who's down there says, you've got money. What are you doing down here? He said, to help you. He said, no, we're both now going to starve and die. You could have bought a ladder. You could have got help. You could have done anything. So you can't be the man down the well. So sometimes you have to say to people, you are down there. I can help you, but I'm not going to get in the pit with you. And that's how you have to draw the line. You can't jump into that pit with them. don't throw your pearls to the swine, you know.
Hi, John. I so appreciate what you do. Could you list under the next video the SKIH organization which actively deals with pedos and any others that are genuine, and also any you may know of in New Zealand where I live?
Oh, New Zealand. All right.
SKIH, is that person means Sikh, not
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it might be Sikh. Yeah.
pronounce.
I mean, because the Sikh. I mean, I had dealings with what they called the SAS, the Sikh Awareness Society, and they're brilliant. They're proactive, and they were going out and they were helping kids, but they did it in a way in which they told the police. So they would say, look, this kid's in trouble. We want you to come with us. We're the agents. We're going to go in there. We want you to prevent the breach of the police and help us with your statute laws to save this kid. And of course, the police don't want to know. They won't do anything. So if it all goes wrong, then they said, well, actually, what was we meant to do? You know, under common law, we got a duty to prevent life. So that's what we did. So it's probably Sikh. They were great. I really liked them. I've got a lot of support from the Sikh.
Yeah, Chet Sandhu is Sikh, and he's a great guy.
Yeah, they and the other thing about the Sikhs, my old boss in the police he was a cracking fella. But when the lorry drivers were stacked up on the M20 because the French weren't allowing them in, they were basically starting to starve. Some of them dehydrating, and it was the Sikhs who went down and fed and watered them. Not the British military, not the I think the Salvation Army might have done, but you know, all these other agencies that we've got, you know, British agencies, the Sikhs went down and did it. The smallest religious group we've got, and they went down and helped them. So, you know, big them up. But New Zealand, I don't know. I don't know in New Zealand. I know that there is, you know, satanic abuse. I'm in touch with a couple of people from New Zealand, survivors, and Australia is very prevalent with satanic abuse. I get a lot from there, a lot from Australia.
How many football players are into this activity? Can we get an idea who? In Germany, we got one who confessed this week being in possession of child porn, a very famous one. Probably children will follow with accusations.
Yeah, and well, we had Barry Bennell, when you know, up in the north, that was doing it. Now, football, what you're going to get with football, you're going to get working class kids
making a lot of money.
Yeah, they want it. They're icons. You're going to get a lot of kids from damaged backgrounds that they're going to look towards football as a way forward. You know, kids where parents aren't really bothered. So it's an open playing field, really. Excuse the pun. That if you have got a pedo, he's got access to all them children. You know, so we've never seen football because it's a macho thing and all that. So you haven't got people coming forward, whereas you're having swimming and things like that. A lot come forward, you know. But with football, it didn't. But when it started, it flooded, you know, and they couldn't stop it. And there will be many, many, many more will come from football. So I'd say football, especially in countries where it's the number one sport, that's where your pedos are going to be.
Does John happen to know if the methods of therapy and available resources are improving in the UK for those recovering from PTSD suffered from abuse? P.S. Tell Me Who I Am was a very good documentary. So tragic, but the loving relationship the two brothers had was beautiful.
Well, that's the one, isn't it? We discussed. Yeah. I mean, what we say with therapy, and we can discuss this afterwards, can't we? About that is that where do people go? I mean, there's a lovely lady called Carolyn Bramall, who is a survivor of satanic abuse. She'd be a great one to get on your show, and she's a therapist herself, you know, and you know, she's flooded with people all the time trying to get in touch with her. But where is there on the NHS? A lot of them don't recognise it, especially the DID, the multiple personality. They don't recognise that the abuse, especially when our society won't even recognise satanic abuse. So how are you going to deal with it? And so I'd say no. I'd say there is nothing, and it's going to diminish more and more if we go into recession. It's going to get worse. So I don't think it will get any better. I think it's appalling as it is. I think there is a massive fundamental lack of understanding of the damage sexual abuse does to people, and the therapy just is inadequate, and medication is not the way forward. You know.
Okay, just going to. There's a few more on my phone here for you. Jerry Taxeria, what do you know in particular about the Queen's involvement?
Not a lot, to be honest. Not a lot. I mean, what we can look at is a lack of involvement. I mean, we can that speaks volumes. We can draw an inference there. The fact is that she isn't speaking out against this. I mean, you know, and if her children are anything to go by, you know, she's not really a good parent herself, is she? You know, but I think her silence is deafening on this, and the failure for her to commission our police forces to deal with this properly and adequately is also speaking volumes. So, you know, again, she's not got much confidence where I'm concerned, and I don't think she's doing enough. And I don't trust any of them really, you know. But I've never ever heard of. I have it. Oh, don't know. No, I can't. No, I'll leave it as a no. But
Next question from Alex Spencer. Thank you for your work. Does John know any information regarding Lord Bath and whether or not Darren Jeffrey will be taking things further? He and others deserve justice.
They do.
Also, the foster social housing owned by Lord Bath that Darren stayed at the time close to Longleat is not listed anywhere. Can you confirm the building, please, as I was at Longleat not long ago and wanted to try and locate it?
Darren was... he was taken to Rainbow Woods. I can't remember. And it was called Four Ways or Three Ways Care Home in Bath. Lord Bath is on the Rains list. He's mentioned as being a Satanist. There's been a lot of controversy over him. So he's well involved. But I mean, I think Darren is just getting on with his life now, you know. He's relocated and he's taken a quiet path now. I mean, he seems happy. I spoke to him a little while back. You know, his life is moving on. Big step for him. But sometimes, you know, the fight is too much. You know, it's a bit like when you whistleblow, you speak out, and then do you sue? Well, that's a fight in its own. And you haven't got the fight at times. That's how they get away with it, because people lose their fight. They lose their tenacity. And then when you have people like me that's speaking out and encouraging, of course, we get attacked. And it all stacks up and drains you. So, I mean, what it needs is a survivor group. There was one guy, he did come forward via his sister regarding the care home that Darren was in. But his sister said, look, whenever I mention it, he kicks off. He's just so aggressive. He's an alcoholic. You know, he really wants to help Darren and speak, but it's not going to happen. You know, which is a bit of a shame. They could have set up a survivor group, but, you know, you've got to have someone that, you know, the moment you start that survivor group, you're opening all them wounds, and all them people are going to come forward at various stages of PTSD and hatred and hurt and harm. And, you know, I mean, Darren wouldn't be able to coordinate that because it would be too much for him. So it needs something like the Shirley Oaks or the Beach Home team and all these other survivor groups to get proper backing. They need people like Michael Mansfield behind them that will fight them, professionals, you know, a bit like the ICSA team. And that's, I mean, one thing I would say to that person, speak to ICSA, the IICSA, contact them and tell them that you are a survivor of a care home, and see if that care home was listed. There may well have been other victims of that care home in there, and they might then take your testimony and put it forward for another stranded inquiry. So that's the best thing I'd say.
If you're watching this and you're not familiar with Darren Jeffrey's story, it is on my channel and it's on John's channel as well. Okay, next one is from Julie Victoria Thompson. John, do you believe law enforcement are nationally controlled with child protection infiltrated at a county level?
Yeah, I think everything's controlled at a national level. I think it's these people that are in these positions, like these chief constables and commissioners, you know, they're told what their parameters are. I mean, when I was threatened and silenced, and that was by someone that was a chief superintendent, he said, you've got no idea who you're messing with. You've got to back away. So he knew, in my opinion, what lay in front of all of us if I was to be allowed to speak freely about what was being covered up. So I think they're told that this is your role, especially the Special Branch Intelligence Services. They're very aware of what's going on. I mean, the military intelligence, I mean, they've used it as an anchor, as a bargaining tool and as a bribery tool for a long time, you know, and that's come out in inquiries as well. And when you had people like Sir Peter Heyman, that was in charge of MI6, was a paedophile himself. I mean, what more do you need? So, yeah, I think if it starts causing economic and political embarrassment, then, the game changes. But like we've always said, they will always only deal with low-hanging fruit. And that's that. But
Next question ties into exactly what you just said. It's from Silver Sobe. What is the end goal of child trafficking, blackmail operations, and their controllers in society?
well, I think that when you get to that level of controlling people, I think you'll get into into the remit of military intelligence or some sort of these big businesses or whatever. They've always done it. You see these James Bond films, and they break the window in the hotel room, and there's a film crew behind them, and you've always had like corporate espionage. I mean, there's a very good film called Michael Clayton. If anyone wants to sort of really look into corporate espionage, and it's George Clooney plays someone who exposes a big corporate cover-up and the level they'll go to. It's a fantastic film. But yeah, no, the goal is, I spoke to a survivor of, I forget which care home, but it was a whistleblower for Elm Guest House, this person. And he was telling me about the politicians that were involved and everything else. And I said to him, why would, when there was paperwork in the police that needed to go, it got burnt. They used to call it midnight barbecue. And I'll be writing that in my book. They'd have a midnight barbecue. Tapes as well. They say they can't appear on landfill sites, because landfill sites get sifted sometimes. So everything would get, it was saying, on a night duty, there'd be like a little bin with a load of flames coming out of it. And, it would happen, stuff would go on. But what was that question again? Was saying that?
So the question was,
I lost my thread.
let's see. It was, I have to scroll down a little bit.
Oh yeah, no, it was blackmail value, right?
Well, yeah, intelligence agents, blackmail. What's the end?
Yeah, right. So I said to this guy, why would special branch of military intelligence have paperwork that is so incriminating to politicians and to political parties? Why would they keep it? And he said, blackmail. It's always kept for blackmail value, always. So even with people like Leon Britton as being a Home Secretary and all that, but we see files going missing. Theresa May, was it 163 files or something went missing with her? And then we saw it with same Leon Britton when he lost all the files that Jeffrey Dickens gave him.
All these Catholic places that end up on fire.
The floods and fires. Floods and fires. I mean, that's come from God, isn't it? I'll tell you something funny about that. We're going on about. There was before a kid takes their first Holy Communion, they have catechism lessons. They've got to go and learn about God and the church and all that.
I had to do that.
Yeah. So no. So you have the catechism. So there was, I don't know, somewhere in the UK, this priest brought all the families in, and he was doing the pre-catechism lessons, talk to them what to expect over the next few weeks of their lessons. So he got his laptop, which is linked to the big screen, puts it on, and a gay porno comes on, right? The gay porno on his laptop. He blames it on the work of the devil, right? Not that he's watching gay porn and forgot to download it and get rid of it. He blames it, and he said this, and he used that as an example of how the devil can infiltrate while they're all watching his gay porno. Yeah, so it's just, what are people meant to do when they're in trouble? They're going to lie, aren't they? They're going to lie. They've got nothing less, just lie.
Next question from SL. Hi, John. Just want to firstly say thank you for being an angel and protecting our children. My question is, how do you cope and keep your mental health on track? Once you've seen these children who have been trafficked, sexually abused, I imagine it is horrifying and very draining mentally.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is you don't cope. You don't. It's a choice you make. But the thing is with me, I saw it as, I work with people that wanted to be in the flying squad, right? There was others, I wanted to be a detective, and others wanted to be in the TSG and all that. I just wanted to be, I didn't want any of that magic stuff. But the moment I dealt with child victims, it got me, and I thought, what other crime is there than this? There is nothing, someone robbing a bank. So what? They rob us every day of the week. You know, why do they need protecting? Royalty protection. Well, they've got the army if they want. I mean, but they've all been in the army, they're all tough. You know, years ago, the Queens would walk around the streets anyway, didn't need protection, nor did politicians. So I didn't want none of that. And I didn't want to ask lick anyone anyway. But when I dealt with children, I thought, they're kids. They can't, what do they, if they get a hard time, what can they do about it? Nothing. So it just got to me, and I just saw it as a crusade. And it just become, and I thought, I've got to keep doing this. But in answer to how do you cope? Well, you do what most people do, like soldiers do, like other coppers do. You drink. You drink, and you become an alcoholic, a functioning alcoholic. You just drink, or you smoke, and you prematurely age, and it, you know, you can take exercise, which is brilliant. I mean, I swim in that freezing cold lake and whatnot, but when you're traumatized, you don't want to do them things. You know, you only do them things when you're aligned, but when you're going down, you're too. It's all easy to say to someone, "Oh, come on, get out of bed, come and get some fresh air." But when your brain's gone and scrambled, and alcohol would have this effect where you'd be gone. It would take you
numbing it out.
Yeah, and then you'd. It's really strange because when you was on uniform, they all used to go and have a drink, right? Big social thing. When I went on child protection, no one went for a drink because, firstly, we were all too busy. And if there was one detective off, the other one had to cover anyway. But on the rare occasions when we went, it all went tits up. You know, we'd have a Christmas drink. It would last about half an hour. I remember one, we all thought we were going to meet in the pub once a year. You know, usually it'd be once a week. All the child protection officers, right? We're going to meet in this pub, have a drink, and then go something to eat. We had about 3 proper alcoholics, you know. One girl, bless her, she said to me, "I've not slept in my bed for 2 years. I just wake up on the floor, get a bottle of wine." And anyway, we're going to the pub. I'm waiting in the pub. This girl we just talked about, she's a bit late. She's already had a glass in the office. She comes in, someone gives her a glass of wine. She just throws it straight in the sergeant's face and then slaps him right around the head and then bursts into tears. And it just all kicked off. And because it was all of that pain and that, you're just dealing with terrible things day in, day out. And on top of that, you have to then interview paedophiles and child hurters and liars and, you know, and it's just too much, you know, just too much. So you have to step away sometimes. You have to and restock and get away from the trenches. Otherwise, you'll be, you know, it's like that scenario of the guy in the trenches just standing there having a fag laughing, you know, because he's lost it, you know, and it's like that, you know, and I have seen people lose it, totally and utterly lose it. There was one guy, I think it was at Hawkesbury Road Magistrates Court, this copper had lost it, and the fella got acquitted, and he just had enough, and it was a bloke who just had enough. So he went out and he found the barrister's car and he bricked it. He got a brick and he just chucked it straight through the window. And he got another one and did the other window, and he'd gone. And he just decided to brick the barrister's car and just smashed it. You know, but you could see in his eyes he'd gone. He just, you know, that was it. It was all too much. He just too much grief after too much grief, and that was it. So I don't know what happened to him. He got nicked, but I don't know whether he kept his job or anything. You know.
So you talked about coping mechanisms when you were working, and you said you've recently stepped back and coming back. Yeah. Do you have any other techniques you employ presently to stay sane of mind?
The writing is very good. The writing's fantastic because it's cathartic. And I'm going back. It's really weird, Shaun, because I'm going back on old memories, right? And I'm going back and I'm looking at myself as a child. And I'm realising these experiences were there as a child, you know, but we didn't know them. I mean, there was one, I remember we had there was an old manor house, it was ruins, but it still had its grounds and it had pear trees and apple trees. And we would go and when they were out, we called it scrumping, but no one owned it, you know, and go and have the apples out and someone's mum would have them and the pears and all that. And we was also into fires, always lighting fires in the woods and things. And only about 10 years old. And I think we'd had a fire and my clothes smelt and my mum had kept me in, right? They call it, it's not grounding, they call it something else back then, but my mum anyway, my mate knocked and said, "Oh, do you want to come in scrumping?" And I went, "Oh, I'm not allowed," you know, and he went, "All right." So he knocked on my mates and he weren't allowed. So he ended up finding the kid to go scrumping. And then what happened was they went up there, and a bloke had got out of a mental institution, but he was in there for child abuse, and he'd kidnapped them, and he tortured them, and he'd raped them, and he tried to strangle them and kill them both. And they both had to go to hospital, and their backs he'd been whipped, and this guy was then arrested, and he tried to murder them. And I was sitting back thinking, and then a couple of doors down, there was two little girls weren't allowed to play with us. Their mum wouldn't let them. They were our age. And then one day all the police were outside, and their dad was hanging. He hung himself in the garage, and they were put in the care because he was raping them. But it was only when I'm reading back thinking, my God, I was surrounded by it back then. Just didn't know it, just didn't know it. But attitudes were different. And you used to have public information films about child abduction, and they were telling, but we don't get that now, so they're keeping us in the dark. But so that is a really, when I look back, and I'm trying to understand why I made the decisions I made, and and then I had like a stepfather who was a very dangerous man. He was an incredibly violent man, but he was very good to me. But he was a hard man. He used to fight for money. He used to fight in fields and all that. He paid his mortgage off through fighting, and he beat who's that? Gypsy Johnny Frankham. He beat him in a fight. He was a well-known boxer. Gypsy Johnny Frankham knocked out Muhammad Ali, and he beat him in a so. And he was really good to me, but he hated the police, absolutely hated the police. And I can remember saying to him, I was too frightened to tell him I'd join the police, but he never laid a finger on me. But he was a real man, he could do everything. And I said to him, what would I do if I had to arrest someone like you? He went, what do you mean? I said, but you're great big, and he was a great big guy. And he said, well, what are you worried about? I said, but you're too big, you'd hurt me. He said, I'd never hurt anyone, that didn't want to be hurt. And I said, no, but some might be. And he had a pint in his hand. He was a bit of a drinker. And he changed his pint to his left hand. He said, look, it ain't what I'm going to do, it's what I'm not going to do. And he never laid a finger on me. And I thought, what does that even mean? And with that, he went bang. And he smashed me right in the chin and just knocked me out. But because I'm a dopey idiot, I'm a tongue out. And I bit my tongue, blood everywhere. And he picked me up, and I sort of come round, and he went, listen, the quiet one, it's the one who's they're going to hurt you. The ones who threaten you, I'm going to this, I'm going to that, I'll do this, which is a bit like with the trolls, really. He said, don't worry about them, you go for them. But the quiet one, watch them. And it saved my life because I got really badly assaulted once, and it was a quiet bloke who did it, and it was a bit too late by the time I realised, this bloke's going to have me.
What were the circumstances of that?
He was over the side from prison. And he just didn't want to get caught. And we stopped him in a minicab, and he was lovely. He was quiet and no worry. And then off it went, But it was like...
what did it start with?
Start with... what he said was, he said, look, I'll give you my name. Check it out on your radio. I was only young, Check it out on your radio. And I went, all right. And as I went like that, he headbutted me. So I've gone back, but I managed to grab him, and with that, he's then kicked, punched, boom, and he just turned into a massive fight, and broke ribs and all sorts. Absolute, terror. But I kept hold of him, wouldn't let go of him, but it just got messy. But my mate was with me. His mate jumped my mate, so and the radios had gone everywhere, so it was just like 2 on 2 in the middle of South East London on the streets, just smashing whoever you could, and luckily it all got resolved. But and the ironic thing about it is he actually gave up in the end, and just because he was older than me and I was fitter and younger, and he stopped and he shook my hand and said, you fight like a man. He said, you're a good bloke. And anyway, I went back to the station. I was covered in blood. It was all down here, right? And the custody sergeant went, what's happened to you? I went, no, nothing. He's wanted. And he went, no, but what's happened to you? I went, oh, no, it's all right. He said, no, things like that are never all right. Go and change your shirt. And by the time I come back, there was an ambulance called, and they'd smashed him to pieces.
Wow.
Smashed him to pieces. And they threw down their pocketbooks, and they said, copy them notes. I'm not saying I did, I'm not saying I didn't, right? But it had no bearing on the truth. But he went to court. Of course, this evidence gets given. And he fair play to this guy. He turned up and he said, I thought the police had changed when they employed him. We had a fair go. And he said he best me, he beat me, and he said, and I like him. He's a good kid. He's a nice kid, and he said, but listening to all this lies that's just come out, I'm not saying I lied. I'm not saying I didn't, but he said, I'm appalled. I'm appalled. Anyway, he went to prison, and I thought the end of the matter, right? And he turned around to me. He said, "Don't you be like them." This bloke was giving me like a father-son bollocking. Don't turn out like them. You're a good kid, you know. And then he goes away, and months later,
pathetic.
yeah, months later, I'm in a garage buying a pint of milk. He's been released from prison, and he's with his mates. And he sees me, and he pulls out a knife, and he sticks it straight under my throat. All night garage, and like that, and he's poking it right, and his mates were going, "Who is he?" He goes, "He's a copper," and they're going, jerk him, telling him to stab me. And he went, "No." He said, "You learnt a lesson tonight, haven't you?" I went, "Yeah." He said, "I ain't got to stab you." I went, "No, please don't stab me." He went, "I told you back then, and I'm telling you now, don't you be like them." And it was a major turning point in how I gave evidence.
Wow.
You know, and it was, yeah. And he said, I liked you, and you know, whatever happened. But you know, I deserve to go to prison for that. You know, fair play. But yeah, and he was. But I just think he because they brutalised him. They did brutalise him. He broke his arm and all sorts. He was ambulanced off. You know, and it was wrong. It was wrong. So yeah, so that changed me. But I don't know what bearing that had on the question or not.
Oh, this one's from Ronan. Well, a question to John is: when he was in the police, did he ever come across SRA in any way or hear SRA reports?
Yeah. No, I did, but it was from the African community, the Congolese community, and also the Jamaican, dealt with opium, but they didn't take it seriously, right? And I end up working in Haringey on the child abuse, and no, I'm going to give you another example. But they would always, if you went to a Jamaican job, they'd send a Jamaican social worker. So they call it representational. I don't know. There's a way of calling it something, proportional representation or something. And this Jamaican social worker was brilliant, but she knew all about opium. And we had a job. She said, "John, this is opium. This is what they do. This is how they do it." So yeah, but it was never. You were never taught. Well, you were sort of taught it at the initial child abuse training, but it was never really forced on you. However, it was my team that also dealt with Victoria Climbier, which clearly there were very demonic and almost witchcrafty issues going on there with the mother. And then, funny enough, a guy contacted me, and it's a former Royal Marine lad, and he said to me, "Do you remember when we raided that house?" And there was the videos, and it was actually a snuff video, and it was it was all like a ritualistic snuff video. I went, "Oh my God," and I've forgotten all about it. And it got put away, you know, reported off, sent away to a unit, went off to the murder teams, and we never heard nothing back from it.
Did you have to watch that video?
Yeah. We sat down, we took it back, and it was my mate got it, and we put it on, and then you could see what was happening, you know, and it was like a ritualistic setting, but they cut a kid's throat.
Oh.
And I thought, oh my, so it all got bagged up as evidence and went off, but it wasn't in England. I don't think it was in English, you know. And the murder teams got it, and it never heard back from it again. But the UK always denied the existence of it. I'd forgotten all about it, and it was only my mate ringing me up and saying, "Do you remember it?" And I was, "Oh my God, yeah. It was somewhere in East London."
So when you say ritualistic setting, what kind of setup was it in the room?
It was like was a bit like a cave sort of thing. It was like, you know, and there was all people stood round, and it was all grainy because it was an amateur thing, and there was a kid there. And you could see someone lean over, and then you know you can hear them screaming. It was just a really bad amateur one, but you could clearly see that they cut the kid across the throat.
So do you think that, like, you know, societies advance at different rates? And I've been recently watching the Vikings, and they sacrifice people throughout it. Do you think that some societies are still stuck in that kind of mentality?
Well, the Mayans as well used to, didn't they?
Yeah.
You know, and if you look at, you know, what is Satanism? It's Baal worship. You know, it's Babylonian. It's what they used to do. Yeah. This is how they did it. And the child's blood has got more power than the animal blood. I mean, animals are still sacrificed in voodoo.
And in the Vikings, they're sacrificing people for, like to have a good crop that year
Yeah, of
and to
course.
have good luck in battle and things like this.
Well, if you look at the Wicker Man, the film The Wicker Man, you know, that
Christopher
was,
Lee.
you know, a brilliant film, and you know, and
Yeah.
it's paganistic and all that, and it's all gone on, and you hear about it in other cultures, you know, especially like the West African, you know. There was a story the other day where a little kid, and they said he's demonically possessed at 2 years old, and this poor little kid, they say he's got witches and demons in him. But a priest was talking to me, one of the few good ones, a Catholic priest, and he is African, you know, and he said, in the UK, they don't believe in it. He said, but Africa, it's alive and well. As he said, especially where I used to work, he said, John, it's alive and well. They believe in the demonic, you know. So it does go on. But the satanic stuff, it's only when you look back, there was a lot more that had satanic connotations, but I weren't trained in it. I was ignorant, and there was a need to get jobs dealt with and out of the way. And there was a lot, like I said earlier, we found a big voodoo, you know, thing with the chicken legs all in it. You know, there was a lot, especially in that community, Congolese community. There was one where a kid was brutally beaten to get demons out, and that was in one of these. It was in Tottenham. It was like this warehouse above some shops or something. By Seven Sisters, and it was like a big Congolese community, and it was going on in there. And then again, it was told, well, just deal with what you got. And you're so overworked and tired, you know, not making any excuses, but you just don't know what is really going on. It's only if you've got someone that proportionally represents that community, they'll tell you, look, this is actually demonic. This is actually like opium. I never even heard of opium. And they said, no, it's voodoo. It's voodoo. But the only one was when that video was there. But, you know, and honestly, that had totally and utterly slipped my mind until my mate rang me up, you know, about 2 months ago and told me. I was like,
When you saw that video, was that the hardest core thing you'd seen at that point of your career?
Probably no, it wasn't, no, because they'd I'd seen other stuff, you know,
In real life or on video?
No, it'll be during training. They showed us. They showed us. Well, again, there were snuff films, but they denied the existence of them. You know, and also in the training there was child porn as well. They'd show you child porn, and that was shown to about 200 of us in a massive auditorium.
Is one of the goals of that to desensitize you for what's coming?
I think so. Also to show the reality, because there was, you know, there are people that have no idea. I mean, unless you've been sexually abused yourself, how are you going to know about it? You know, so they're saying that this is what you're going to come across, you know. And then they'll show animal torture videos where the RSPCA had seized things and stuff like that, you know. So it was, yeah. I mean, the desensitizing just comes with the job as well. I mean, we got sent to an autopsy, and that really is. And with the police, you're going to see. I mean, I've had 2 people commit suicide in front of my own face.
In front of your face?
In front of my own face. Yeah.
Were they adults?
Yeah. You know, and one, I kept alive for 20 minutes doing CPR on him. I was covered in blood and everything. So,
Had the person stabbed themselves then?
no, he jumped off the top of a building. Tried to take me with him.
Tried to take you
Tried
with
to
him?
pull me, yeah. But someone grabbed me and he didn't. And then he landed on a flat roof.
Bloody
He was high up, and I managed to get down a drain pipe. But the fire brigade couldn't get up to put up a gantry to get the ambulance crew up, so there was about half-hour wait, and so I was just there on my own, and a firearms officer managed to climb up and get with me and help me, and he did die, but I was covered in blood and everything, and he was a builder that had lost his business, and it all got too much, so you know, and the other one was someone had gone in the river, you know, and things like that. So you get it, but we went to an autopsy, and then afterwards they said, right, we're going to the fridges and show you a few things. And they said to us as a little group, who's a parent? And this woman put her hand up, and the next thing, this thing gets slid across the floor, and it's a frozen baby. What? He takes out the fridge and he throws it. He throws it across the floor, this frozen baby, and it just lands in the middle of us. And I mean, it's just sick, but it's just how it was. She screamed, and he went, oh, we got another one in here. And they're all identified bodies and all sorts. And there was loads of like yardies that had been shot. They didn't know where they were. But as they were doing the autopsy, there was the pathologist and his mate, the mortician bloke, and they were having a fag, and they were chipping the ash in the body. And then they threw their fag butts in there and sewed it up. Yeah, I don't know who it was. I think it's an old woman. And they went, because they take the brain out and weigh it, and they throw the brain in there, because they throw all the organs in. And they had their fag, and then just chucked them in the... And then just sewed it up, and I went, and no one said nothing, because that's what you did, But yeah, no, there was a lot of death. I mean, the last role I had before I left, I investigated road deaths, and you could deal with 3 bodies in a week.
Oh.
But the last one that really did it was an 11-year-old girl that was killed, and that really did screw me up. Really screwed me up. That took a lot of getting over. But again, there is no therapy. You just get on with it. If you don't, you're considered to be a puff or whatever,
Yeah.
It's seen as weakness,
Mm-hmm.
So there was a hell of a lot of death, and it just was not healthy. It really wasn't, and I mean, in the end, I started praying over them, because some of them, they just died, and I remember an ambulance driver coming up to me and put his arm around me, went, "I'd do exactly the same." He said, "Some of them are still here." And the strange thing, I prayed over one lad who his head had been taken off. Oh man, it was awful.
What?
And his brain, and brains are really funny. They're really tacky, and it sticks. It gets stuck on your clothes. It smells as well. Brain, very odd. And I prayed for him, And it was a little while later, his wife come to see me, and she said, he was in my dream last night, my husband, and he wants to say thank you for what you did for him. And I went, "What do you mean?" She said, "You did something for him, and he appreciates it. He really thanks you." And she said in his dream he'd come and said, "That policeman, go and tell him thank you." And she did. She came down and thanked me. So it's a hell of a lot of death, and it's odd, but also your sense of humour moulds around it as well. And
Gallows humour.
yeah, it's. But I actually like it. I found it quite funny. And when I talk to my old mates, it's
a coping mechanism, isn't it?
Brutal, but it's funny as well.
Helps you cope.
And it is, and it's some things I look back, and if I talk to an ex-copper, and they'll say, "Oh, shut your mouth, you CUNT," and that they've come from that. Squad is very similar sense of humour, and for some people it's too much, but
and prisoners have got that.
Prisoners
as well.
would be exactly the same,
the
same around that aggression, the violence, and a lack of compassion and things like that.
So in the movies, then, when someone's dying, they try and portray how the life goes out of the eyes. Have you actually seen that in real life?
Yeah. You can see when they're gone.
Yeah.
You can see when they're
Transformation.
gone. Yeah. And the body sometimes it's like their death throw, they fits and all that before.
So what goes through your head when you see the life go out of someone's eyes?
Yeah,
I can't imagine.
you know they're not there.
What's in your head?
I don't know. Seeing a dead body is a strange thing.
But seeing the actual moment, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know with this guy, he was alive, and then we lost him, and you could actually, he's just, the eyes glazed or whatever, went like a grey, and the body feels
just thinking,
different.
I've done my best.
Yeah, the body feels different. It gets solid very quickly, the body, but also touching the body, because when there was a body there, it'd be a crime scene. Now, it was my job to turn up, and I was in charge of the body, so I'd have to search the body, and then you'd arrange for the coroner to come, so that was my exhibit, the body and as such. So I'd have to turn it over, make sure there was no other injuries that were unaccounted for, get ID out and things like that. Personal possessions have to be taken off and given to the family, the money and all of that, if there's a chain. And, sometimes these bodies were badly broken, distorted, the limbs, they were unnaturally bent. And it's a very horrible feeling. It's just, and they're very heavy, like a dead weight. But it's someone's child, but with an adult, I sort of gone with it. But when I dealt with an 11-year-old girl, I couldn't cope with it, and I refused.
That was a road traffic accident.
Yeah, and I refused to go to the autopsy. I refused to go to, and the pathologist said, "You don't have to go." I said, "Well, you don't. I'm not going to watch a little girl get cut open. I'm not doing it." And I refused to do it. I didn't want to see a child. It was years and years of it. That was enough now, and I wanted to speak out anyway. And that was sort of my defining moment, my pivotal moment. And I just thought, no, I've got to speak out and move forward. And we tried everything to try and avoid it. But I was after conflict. So what I would do is I would deliberately create a situation where I'd get in trouble. So I would turn up. I meant to wear a suit. I'd turn up like this, or I'd have a cigarette in the car so it smelt. Or sometimes I'd drink. So someone at one point would try, and it took months before anyone actually confronted me. And then I was like this hand grenade, boom, and I just went mad. And I just started shouting and just saying these are cover-ups and all this, because I needed something to spur it on, because the world needed to know what I had to say. But it's so I understand people when it all comes out and they lose it, because it's too much. Too much, yeah. It's going to come out one way or the other, isn't it?
Yeah. So this next one, I've been guilty of this. I've heard guests use this terminology, and I've seen people get corrected by other people for it. And I've changed my terminology over the course of these podcasts. Why does John call victims child prostitutes? They clearly don't know any different, so why refer to them like they know what they are doing?
Well, that's just a seminar in semantics, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, really. I mean, does this person go out there and give testimony to the voiceless? Does this person spend hours helping people? That they cannot see my good actions. All they have to see is my use of a terminology.
Nitpicking.
Oh, they're just idiots. I mean, when I was on Vice, it was child prostitutes. That's what they're called,
Just that the world has changed.
And that's how it is. I mean, and they're making out that I'm inferring in some way that these are, what do they call it? Victim blaming or something like that. There's a terminology for it. But I mean, that's just beneath me to even answer that. They cannot see the good I do, then I won't even warrant that with an answer.
Next one then. Max Green. Hey, John, I'm Max. How did you start a career in child protection? As I feel like I want to make a difference, as I've seen the result of sex crimes on children and people close to me. Thank you for your work, by the way. You're a legend.
Oh, bless. Well, I mean, I always say the children found me. I never found the children. I was bringing up 4 kids on my own, Shaun. So the last thing I wanted to do was deal with someone else's snotty kids. But it was when I ended up, when I went to do an interview with a girl called Zoe, and I sat down with her, and, she had this reputation as being a right little horror, and she's anti-police, she's this. And then when I sat down, it was a little kid. She was a little kid. And then she started telling me what they were doing with her. And I thought, why has this been ignored? And I just saw them as my kids. And that's how I saw it. And it's in your heart with it. And it's a hard sort of road to go. Vice, when I was dealing with the child prostitution, as I boldly say, was different to child protection, because child protection is a lot of politics in that. You dealt with neglect issues, and they would have plans put in to keep the family together and all, that. But the other stuff, the street stuff, these were kids that were being trafficked. They were in desperate need of help, and it gets in your heart. I mean, you either love it or you hate it.
Anyone who's got a heart, it would get in.
Yeah, and it's understanding the magnitude of what it really is that you're dealing with. But there's no glamour in it. None whatsoever.
Next question is from Leo Mulgrew. I want to ask John if the horrific things he's seen has informed his faith.
Yeah, of course. It's it consolidates it. It does, because you're dealing with death and the real horrible negative elements of society. And at no point have I sat there and thought, oh, Satanism looks beneficial. It's done the opposite. It's made me realise how powerful being good is and how powerful God is. Not the other way around at all. And I've seen those that perpetrate these crimes as weak people. I don't see any strength in them at all. And also working with people like Chris Lambriana, when they've come from that real hardcore crime area, and the good that man does now. And I can see how it can change people beyond all compare and go on to do good and to carry on doing good, Whereas when people go bad, everything goes bad. Everything around them, everyone has to pick up the pieces. But when people go good, everyone benefits. So 100% on that one, yeah.
And for the viewers, we had a podcast with Chris Lambriano, and John. So please check that out in the True Crime playlist. All right, so here's one from Don't Watch That, yeah. I heard a while ago that the police facilitate the gangs because they need criminals so that they can keep their arrest numbers up. Can you confirm this? Also, I've been told about something called the Parliament Clause, where the police allow a drug dealer to deal to the city boys, judges and politicians, and when he gets really big, they take him down for a promotion, and they just repeat the cycle over and over. And from my own research on the war on drugs, there is a massive amount of corruption with what's going on with the drugs.
Well, with the city, it's strange with the City of London, because when I had the complaint going through Parliament with the policing minister, he said there's nothing I can do with the City of London because they're their own entity, and they are literally their own entity. But what you're dealing with there is very, very high level stuff that's going on, you know? I mean, I can't comment on it because I didn't get involved with it on the drug level basis. The one thing, the nearest thing I can ever say to that is this, that one of my informants once told me that a shipment had come in of heroin from the Turkish gangs, right? And it had been brought in and it ended up in North London. And he said it was a container. He said there was something like, I don't know, a ton of heroin. I don't know. It's a huge multi-million-pound amount. And he said the police came, but they weren't police like you, John. Their badges were different and they had guns. And they handcuffed us all, but they drove the lorry away and then they let us go and we never, ever saw it again. And this was a good informant. And, you know, so whether that's the intelligence services that have taken the drugs and they've gone back into circulation, I don't know. But I don't think they do enough to stop the hard drugs. They seem to allow it. It seems to perpetrate. And again, they pick low-hanging fruit, you know. They never go for the big boys that are bringing it in.
It's all the mules and
all they want to do is a deal by mouth, you know. And then what they were doing was they'd send down, you know, like the Jamaican boys dealing 10 rocks in their hand down to Kingston Crown Court where they'd get 9 years, you know, whereas the big fellas that were bringing in the Turkish gangsters and all that, they were walking free. They were, you know.
All confirmed by our interview with Neil Woods, former undercover cop, and you think he runs LEAP in this country, which is a brilliant organisation, which our cop from Scotland has become part of since he came on the podcast. Angelican has asked, question for John, I heard him speaking about rituals in Ireland, Donegal and Mayo.
Yeah, Donegal, yeah.
Can he give us any more information on those?
I can't say too much because the source of it, you know, bless her, she doesn't want to be identified and she's very, very fearful. But yeah, Donegal was mentioned and that was one of the worst accounts I ever heard, and that's where she was made, this girl, as a young kid, they'd abducted a young boy. And she said he's on the missing list. This kid, she said if you investigate it, he went missing in whenever this year was in Ireland. And she said I was made to bite his beating heart till it stopped. Bite it.
What?
She said, and as he died, she said it was like this electricity emanated out, and they all started squealing like pigs. All the people. She said I had to bite into it. And that was in Donegal.
Holy shit.
Yeah, Donegal. And she named a politician as well that was a very high up Irish politician that was there. And she said it was all videoed. Donegal, yeah, it was massive.
Stan B wants to know if you have any hobbies to relax with.
Well, I used to do my swimming. I used to love my swimming, you know. And I mean, and now I'm doing this building work and I love it.
I like a bit of swimming too.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah.
You know, I really enjoy me.
Get the body stretched.
Oh, great. And the cold, but I went Christmas Day, I went for a swim in a lake and it was a bridge too far. It was pain, you know, so there was, but I was doing it up until November.
You're turning blue.
It was horrible. It was, you know, it weren't good. But, you know, exercise is always good. Always good.
Rail Turner's asked, just wondering what your thoughts are on the policing system now in regards to people harming children. Is the message getting to the right people that there has been an incredible amount of corruption? Thank you, John, for all of your hard work.
Well, what I would say is you take where we were 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and where we are now. I mean, and the fact is now we're looking at Prince Andrew, people like that being involved in stuff like this. We've seen so many actors, actresses, politicians. So we've come a long way. So it's got into, I mean, they have tried to sort of curtail it and then attack the victims, like people like Carl Beach and things like that, which has put a lot of victims away from, off coming forward. But I think we've moved mountains, really. I think we've really, really come a long way, and once what was classed as incredulous is now deemed as this could well happen, especially in respect to people like Jimmy Savile. That Jimmy Savile was a game changer, right? I mean, I think that was, as much as the devil's sneaky, I think God's cleverer. And Jimmy Savile really, really sort of, he didn't know it, but he did God's work. He exposed so much corruption, pedophilia. He is legendary in that respect, because he never served his master when he got exposed. God really won that one, and it really come out. And I think that was probably the biggest victory we've had in a long time, was Jimmy Savile.
This is from Ash Watkins. In a previous interview, John requested speaking to a high-ranking female officer when in the police, as they wouldn't just, quote, roll their trouser leg up, i.e. he didn't want to speak to a Mason.
Yeah.
Can you get him to elaborate on why he's so distrustful of them?
I'm not distrustful of them, right, at all. And it's really funny because that line I gave is used in that series Line of Duty. If you watch that series Line of Duty, when he comes forward, it's exactly the same scenario. Look, masonry is unavoidable in the police. It's everywhere, right? And one of my mates, he's a Mason, right? But is he a bad bloke? Well, not at that level. I'm not in agreement with Masonry. I think it should be outlawed. I don't think it should be allowed. However, it's a pledge within a pledge, right? It's an oath within an oath. I was exposing something so serious and so potentially dangerous, I had to cover my bases. Now, I was working on a unit that was heavily Masonic, right? With majority of the high-ranking officers were Masons.
When you went to a unit that's heavily Masonic, how would you know it was heavily Masonic?
Well, firstly, they all knew each other, beyond knew each other, right? And if someone left, they always went to a good job. The main telltale sign is once every so often, on like a Wednesday or a Thursday, there's no one in the office. Well, where are they all gone? They've all gone to a lodge meeting, and they would all do each other favours without, and some of them, I mean, one bloke went, how do you know I'm a Mason? I said, well, you've got a Masonic watch on. He actually had a Masonic watch. It's got like Hebrew script on it, or they'd have the ring, and some of them would even leave out, they've got a thing called the summons. So it'd have the lodge, there's millions of these lodges, and it'd have so-and-so lodge, Masonic lodge, and it'd have all their names and addresses, right? And it'd be the date of their meeting on there, right? And they'd all get one before a meeting. And it was on his desk. And I remember sitting there looking through it and thinking, I know him. I mean, some are in police lodges and some are in non-Masonic lodges. You can have an actor's lodge, you can have, I don't know, anyway. So, and that's how they knew each other. And some of them would openly tell you, I'm in a lodge with him. And there was one guy that was on our team, and that year he was a worshipful master, and the inspector was below him. And so, and you sort of got to know him. You would get to sort of know who's who. And that's why I couldn't have that specialist units are massive with Masonry, because you if you get in there on credit alone, you're doing well. But a lot of them were useless. And how did they get there? Because it's Masonic, We used to call them Larrys, Larry Graysons. They're in the Larrys, but I never understood it then. It was only years later I understood really what was going on. And then you're wise to it. And then you could start picking them out, and there was one guy, it was a Jamaican guy I worked with, he could sniff him out a mile off, and he used to just call them devil worshippers. He's a devil worshipper, he's a devil worshipper, he's one. And he sort of, I said, how do you know? He said, I know him all.
Did they try to indoctrinate you?
No, they didn't want me. I was always scruffy.
Really?
I was always scruffy,
Yeah.
But how they would do it was they'd have like a golf society was a big inner. And my mate said, they've invited me to the golf day out. And I never had any money anyway. I was always skint. So why would they want me? But but others did. You could see that's how they were going to go, and they would get in there. But they quite a lot of them, went in there.
So, John, you're on the cusp of doing the longest podcast ever with us today.
Right.
You've beat all of David Icke's. We've got. Let me just see.
Well, I deserve to beat him because he's given me all his trolls. So it's about time I took something back off him.
Let me just double check. on what the longest one ever that we've done is. I think it was Yami B.
All right.
And let me just see the exact length of it, because right now we are at. Do you know how long you've sat there and spoke for?
No, 3 maybe.
4 hours, 10 minutes
4
presently. 4 hours. Oh, Yami B's was 4 hours, 4 minutes.
All right.
This is the longest podcast
Sorry,
ever on this channel.
Oh.
And this is the first podcast in the Southern studio of 2021. We've got the strength of Wild Man. He has encouraged this to go for 4 hours 10 right now?
Well, God bless
4
Wild
hours
Man.
10. 4 hours 10. Just to show the world we are back with a vengeance. You troll scum cannot stop this. You troll us and we double. We double down to 4 hours 10 minutes. Take that, troll scum.
Oh.
This is what you get for threatening James, my cameraman. You do any more James videos and you've had it.
For farting.
They'll be moving on to Joe next.
Right. Well done. Well, they'll have to do another big troll epilogue, and they to try and beat this.
Does anyone have like to say anything in conclusion? Have you got anything to say in conclusion?
No. I mean, all I would say is that I've not gone away, but I've just diversified for a little while. You know, things had to change, and that's that. But I'm still doing my thing. If they want to get hold of me, the website's still running, but no Facebook, no social media, and that's it. Yeah, but I feel better because I've just troll free now. You know.
Yeah.
It's like detoxing.
Your strength's back.
Yeah, it is.
To talk for 4 hours 10 minutes. Yeah. That's strong, man.
Well, good job we bought a bottle of wine. We'll find them in a minute.
All right, so people watching this, you've been on such a multi-hour journey, and we appreciate you staying tuned. Please let us know in the comments what you thought about this. Please let us know what you think about what's happening with Wilfred Wong, Janette Archer. I'm sure perhaps John will be so kind to come back to do a part 4. So any questions, put them down there for him. And huge thank you to all the new subs. Subscription logo is in the bottom right-hand corner. It's free to subscribe. It helps us to attract more and more guests. We do have 600 guests right now pending on the list that Ash has compiled. So endless content coming this year. Huge thank you to all of our guests and supporters. And in the description box below this video, your YouTube channel is still going, right? Yeah,
that's still. I've not looked at it. But
okay.
I'm presuming it's still going.
We'll have the link down there to John's YouTube. What's your preferred method of people contacting you these days?
Email. So there's John Wedger. Is it www.johnwedgerfoundation.org or something like that?
So we'll have that link down there
you just put my name in, the foundation comes up, and just email, because with the email it's filtered and all that, and I can track it, and you know, and if I don't want to read it, I'm not going to. You know.
A huge thank you to people who've clicked down and gone on our socials and our donation links and checked out our other playlists. All right, John, we're going to have a big hug for the biggest,
oh, God, give me a over.
longest
How long have we got a hug for?
Take that, trolls. Take that.
Yeah.